I am Ryan McKnight.
I'm Cara Santamaria.
I am Christopher Smith.
Hi, I'm Andrew Torres.
This is Naked Mormonism,
the serial Mormon history podcast. The time has finally come to talk about the Nauvoo Expositor. After 5.5 years of serialized Mormon history, we're discussing the catalyst which set Nauvoo Mormonism on a path to the deaths of the prophet and patriarch of the movement. Before that, I want to give all of you listeners a big and hearty thank you for sticking around for 200 episodes. It's because of you that I'm able to do history communication for a living, and I am so grateful to all of you for making this possible. You amazing listeners have given me my life, and I love my life so much. I'm one of the lucky few who chases their passion for a living, and frankly, I kind of struggle for words to express how much I appreciate and love each and every one of you who make this dream a reality for me each and every day. Thank you. Today, we're going back to our early podcast roots with a really long episode on a huge topic in Mormon history. Hopefully, when you saw the timestamp on the file, you didn't run away, because I really think you're going to enjoy what we have in store for you today. So, let's get started. What is the Nauvoo Expositor? Why is it so important to Mormon history? Why was it published? These are all questions that we'll answer by the end of the episode today. This is a story that's been told 100 times, and they all end the same way. When people talk about the Nauvoo Expositor, it's often spoken in the same breath as Carthage Jail, where Joseph and Hyrum Smith died in a gunfight. The truth is, the Nauvoo Expositor was the culmination of 14 years of events, and the time from the Nauvoo Expositor printing press being burned down to the shootout at the Carthage Jail was an eventful 3 weeks in Nauvoo and in broader Illinois history. The last 3 episodes, we discussed Charles and Robert Foster, Chauncey and Francis Higbee, and Wilson and William Law. All of these people had transitioned from devout follower and friend of the prophet to bitter enemy by May of 1844 for various understandable reasons. They were displeased with the Nauvoo church departing from its earlier theological roots and Joseph Smith's more esoteric and progressive teachings. They were all opposed to the practice of the new and everlasting covenant, or polygamy as we call it. They all felt that Joseph Smith was too powerful as Nauvoo's mayor, as prophet of the church, and as commander-in-chief of one of the nation's largest militias. His bid for president of the United States was merely an encapsulation of his flagrant abuses of power. These folks considered Mormonism to be true, but Joe to be a fallen prophet. Therefore, they established their own competitor religion, the True Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, to compete with Joe's church and to provide a safe haven and outlet for those who suffered under the prophet's tyrannical reign. Of all the competitor religions which had been started by defectors from the church, this was Joseph's greatest threat. However, an even greater threat was the collective knowledge of his criminal and immoral acts that these people carried with them. They had seen the blueprints in the construction of Talos, the Mormon Revolutionary War machine, and those secrets don't remain quiet for very long. The key to a successful religion in the 19th century was having a printing press. Without one, the market was much harder for any religion to break into. Accordingly, Robert D. Foster acquired a printing press and set it up to print the Prospectus of the Nauvoo Expositor on May 10th, 1844, which we read at the end of the last episode. This public notice being disseminated throughout Nauvoo must have been a terrifying prospect to Joseph Smith and to the more clandestine groups of the church. Now the people who stood as the greatest threat to the prophet, those who had seen all of these deeper inner workings of the criminal empire and had worked with the prophet's enemies before, they now had a voice. And what did that voice say? Well, let's jump right in. We're going through the Nauvoo Expositor top to bottom today. We're not going to be reading every single word because it was a 4-page printed paper and it's quite long. Instead, what we'll be doing is discussing each point made in the Expositor, each disagreement that the 7 printers had with the Nauvoo Empire, each affidavit and by who that affidavit was given and why they're relevant. And then we'll discuss why all of this put together in one paper was so consequential to Joseph Smith and the Nauvoo Church. Let's start with the very first thing a person saw when they purchased a copy of the Nauvoo Expositor. First, they saw the names of the publishers: William Law, Wilson Law, Charles Ivans, Francis M. Higbee, Chauncey L. Higbee, Robert D. Foster, and Charles A. Foster. The next thing that they saw, of course, was the heading, Nauvoo Expositor. When you hear the name Expositor, you may think of someone who exposes the truth, and the newspaper motto kind of supports that interpretation. Right underneath the title, Nauvoo Expositor, was printed the slogan, "The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth." That, of course, is the oath that a witness takes before testifying in court, which suggests that the publishers kind of saw themselves as witnesses against Joseph Smith in the court of public opinion. But the word expositor also carries an alternate interpretation from someone who exposes. It can also mean someone who explains. That's the actual, Webster's dictionary definition, a person who explains, or a commentator. Our common parlance of the term can see those definitions as basically synonymous in this regard, as it was basically explaining something that needed to be exposed. Information which was very closely guarded and tightly controlled. The Expositor's publishers didn't necessarily see themselves as yellow journalists or alarmists out to quote-unquote expose Joseph Smith's salacious sex life and his criminal behavior. Rather, they may have seen themselves as explaining and commenting on the situation in Nauvoo for the many people who weren't part of the Mormon leadership inner circle and who didn't have access to the insider information that they did. Had they set out to be sensationalist, the Expositor's publishers might have emblazoned the front page with, salacious headlines and prominent stories declaring Joseph Smith caught in sex scandal or Mormon villainy or any other of the many headlines that we've read from Thomas Sharp at the Warsaw Signal. But that's not what fills the pages. Instead, they started their paper in a much more subtle way, drawing the reader in with poetry and with fiction. The poetry and fiction set a sort of emotional tone for the revelations that come later in the paper. A first-time reader of the Nauvoo Expositor would draw a copy of the paper to their eyes, and this is the first item which would greet them, a poem by a Scottish poet Thomas Campbell titled The Last Man. It's only fitting to read that poem here and tease out a few themes. It's told from the bleak perspective of the last survivor of the human race, far in the future when the earth is old, the sun is fading, and the human nations have been destroyed by plague, famine, and war. It places us in a sense of kind of calm reflection of elements within our shared humanity. The storm is past, and here we stand gazing at the desolation left behind. So, this is The Last Man, written by Thomas Campbell. All worldly shapes shall meet in gloom. The sun himself shall die, before this mortal shall assume its immortality. I saw a victim in my sleep that gave my spirit strength to sweep adown the gulf of time. I saw the last of Hymen mold that shall creation's death behold, as Adam saw her prime. The sun's eye had a sickly glare, the earth with age was wan, the skeletons of nations were around that lonely man. Some had expired in flight, the brands still rusted in their bony hands. In plagues and famine sun, earth's cities had no sound nor tread, and ships were drifting with the dead to shores where all was dumb. Yet prophet-like, that lone one stood with dauntless words and high, that shook the sere leaves from the wood as if a storm passed by, saying, "We are twins in death, proud son. Thy face is cold, thy race is run. 'Tis mercy bids thee go, for thou 10,000 years hast seen the tide of human tears. that shall no longer flow. What though beneath thee man put forth his pomp, his pride, his skill, and arts that made fire, flood, and earth the vassals of his will? Yet mourn I not thy parted way, thou dim, discrowned king of day, for all those trophied arts and triumphs that beneath thee sprang healed not a passion or a pang entailed on human hearts. Go, let oblivion's curtain fall upon the stage of men, nor with thy rising beams recall life's tragedy again. Its piteous pageants bring not back, nor waken flesh upon the rack of pain anew to writhe, stretched in disease's shapes abhorred, or moan in battle by the sword like grass beneath the scythe. Even I am weary in yon skies to watch thy fading fire. Test of all sunless agonies, behold me not expire. My lips that speak thy dirge of death, the rounded grasp and gurgling breath, to see thou shalt not boast. The eclipse of nature speaks my pall, the majesty of darkness shall receive my parting ghost. The spirit shall return to him that gave its heavenly spark, yet think not, sun, it shall be dim when thou thyself art dark. No, it shall live again and shine in bliss unknown to beams of thine, by him recalled to breath who captive led captivity, who robbed the grave of victory and took the sting from death. Go, sun, while mercy holds me up on nature's awful waste, to drink this last and bitter cup of grief that men shall taste. Go, tell the night that hides thy face, thou saw'st the last of Adam's race. On earth's sepulchral clod, the darkening universe defy, to quench his immortality or shake his trust in God. There may be some lessons to take from the poem, and remember, this was the first thing that folks saw when they picked up the Nauvoo Expositor. This last person stands prophet-like amidst the skeletons of the human race and then speaks a eulogy for the dying sun. He tells the sun that its impending death is a mercy, because for 10 million years it has seen the tide of human tears that shall no longer flow. The sun has presided over great human achievements, but none of them healed humanity's pain. But by the end, the poem takes a more uplifting turn, because even here at the end of the earth, the last human survivor still has some semblance of hope. Yeah, he's gonna die, but his spirit will return to his creator. His mortal death is that last and bitter cup of grief that man shall taste. The sun will go dark, but his soul is will live again and shine in bliss unknown to beams of thine. At the end of the poem, he defies the darkening universe to quench his immortality or shake his trust in God. The intended message seems to be that even though we're going to criticize Joseph Smith in this paper and things may seem really dark in Nauvoo right now, we can't lose faith in God. This reading of the included poem illustrates how much the Nauvoo Expositor was not an anti-Mormon or an anti-religious publication. It's strictly an anti-Joseph Smith publication with a positive outlook on the future of the church. The next item on the front page of the Expositor is quite a fascinating inclusion. It's a little story about Adeline and her to-be husband, and they bemoan the trials of courtship with an ailing mother. On their wedding day, Henry and Adeline proceed gaily up the little path where Adeline slightly trembled. Then Henry stopped to kiss her hand, and in an instant, a dagger from behind pierced him to the heart. Who did that dagger come from? Well, it was a jealous lover from a past life who couldn't bear to see his dear Adeline married to another man. Adeline falls in a heap over her new husband's body, sobbing uncontrollably, while the assailant runs from the crowd and they pursue him, and he jumps on the horse. And all of the townsfolk rally to try and capture the assailant and pursue him, but he rides his horse off of a cliff, leading him to a deep and watery grave. This dark comedy of sorts, including a murder-suicide, is presented without commentary, and it leads the reader to kind of draw their own conclusions. Perhaps there's, a poignant lesson about how out-of-control sexual passion leads to bad ends and everybody losing something along the way. And, who knows, but maybe that was the reason for its inclusion. But once again, it's presented without commentary, so the reader is left to draw their own conclusions. The third item in the Nauvoo Expositor is a poetic celebration of sickness. And this is interesting because, sickness is often called an evil, but, quote, "Oh, how often thou art a good and healing balsam, under whose benign influence the soul rests after hard struggles. And when at last we arise with exhausted strength from the sickbed, our souls often awake as out of a long night into a new morning," end quote. Here, again, there may be a sense that even though, we, the publishers, are going to expose the atrocities or the sickness of the Nauvoo Mormon Church and Joseph Smith's empire, maybe it's actually an opportunity for growth and for renewal, recovering from that sickness. The publishers of the Expositor, they aren't trying to create despair. They're trying to create a sense of healing and reparations, a reformation. The simple fact that they formed a Mormon church without the most controversial teachings and practices of Joseph Smith, that places a sharp point on the end of that interpretation and why that poem was included. And finally, the fourth piece of the front matter on the Nauvoo Expositor is an exhortation that when faced with difficult circumstances, it's better to laugh than cry. Good humor is the cure for disappointment, bad fortune, and a broken heart. And, quote, "It's a grand preventative of suicide. There's philosophy and religion, too, in laughing. It shows a clear conscience of gratitude for the good things of life and elevates us above the brute creation," end quote. Once again, this really drives the point home. The message seems to be that we are bringing you bad news about the state of the Nauvoo Church, but you shouldn't let it get you down. The proper religious thing to do is to keep a cheerful heart and to move forward with positivity. And really, this kind of harkens back to the issue with Orson Pratt over his wife Sarah's name being dragged through the mud thanks to the public battle between John C. Reckitt Bennett and Joseph Smith. And that was in starkly recent memory for many of the Mormons. Pratt returned from his mission in Europe to find that Sarah, his wife, was the subject of controversy and her name was being thrown around in accusations. Orson Pratt left a suicide note, and he disappeared from Nauvoo. He said, quote, "I am a ruined man. My future prospects are blasted," end quote. You see, polygamy in a sick empire like Nauvoo Mormonism was, it caused real pain and suffering. This piece, titled "Better Laugh Than Cry," confronts the issue of depression and suicide head on. And it's clear to me that the publishers realized that this paper would cause a lot of pain and cognitive dissonance and anxiety for thousands of people who believed this to be the one true church, but were unaware of what was really going on in the highest ranks of leadership. All of these front matter items are all quite dark in their tone, but they also try to find a ray of light in the darkness. It seems that the Expositor's publishers knew that what they were going to say about the church and Joseph Smith was going to have a very negative emotional impact on people, and they were trying to sort of almost like emotionally brace their readers for what was coming while simultaneously providing an alternative for those saddened or awakened members to adhere to a form of the religion they believed that they were following before they actually read the Expositor. Finally, we get into the preamble. Near the end of the front page, we get into basically the appetizer of the Nauvoo Expositor with the preamble, resolutions, and affidavits of the seceders from the church at Nauvoo. The editors promise that future issues of the Expositor won't include any more proceedings of the breakaway church that they formed, the true Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but they think it's important to include these seceders' proceedings in this first issue, so, quote, that the public should know the true cause of their dissenting, end quote. Future issues will include some affidavits to substantiate the facts alleged, and that's in quotes as well. The dissenters begin by proclaiming that it was out of desire, quote, for the salvation of the human family and of our own souls that we have this day assembled, end quote. They understand that they're going to bring a furious and turbulent storm of persecution upon themselves by seceding from the Nauvoo church, but they will rely upon the arm of Jehovah to get them through it. With God as their protector, quote, "It is futile and vain for man to raise his puny arm against us," end quote. If Joseph Smith and his supporters throw the dissenters into the lion's den, it sounds like they're ready to pet that lion like a pussycat, like Daniel did in the Bible. The dissenters make clear that they aren't anti-Mormons. No one knows the church and the history better than they do. Quote, "We all verily believe, and many of us know of a surety, that the religion of the Latter-day Saints as originally taught by Joseph Smith is verily true. It sinks deep into the heart of every honest man. It invigorates, dignifies, and ennobles humanity. It speaks a language which is heard amidst the roar of artillery as well as in the silence of midnight." End quote. Now, we need to understand this because these dissenters aren't biased enemies of the church. They are devout believers who begin their condemnation of Joseph Smith's behavior with a powerful testimony of Mormonism's truth. The rival church formed in Nauvoo with William Law at the head was a Mormon derivative church. It lays plain here that the authors of the Expositor believe in Mormonism as it was originally taught by Joseph Smith. And many of Joe's earliest leaders in the movement consider Nauvoo to be the place where Joseph Smith became a quote-unquote fallen prophet, right? Other people will place that time earlier or later. For example, David Whitmer, D-Day David Whitmer, as we call him on the show, who was head of the Missouri stake of the church and excommunicated in 1838, considered 1834 to be the point where Joseph Smith fell from being a true prophet. He didn't consider the idea of like two different priesthoods to be legitimate. And he wasn't there for the greater theological evolutions that were seen in Nauvoo. David Whitmer thought that Joe tampered too much with the temporal affairs of the members. So when Joseph Smith changed the name of the church from the Church of Christ to the Church of the Latter-day Saints right before Zion's Camp in 1834, David Whitmer considered that to be the final straw, and everything that happened after that is evidence of Joseph Smith being a fallen prophet. The Expositor publishers who formed this true Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Nauvoo to offer refuge to those who felt wronged considered a later date to be Joe's departure from being a true prophet. They considered 4 books to be the centerpiece of the religion, and anything deviating from the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Book of Mormon, and the Doctrine and Covenants was anathema and was evidence of Joseph being a fallen prophet. Now, a quick point of clarification, the Doctrine and Covenants that they're talking about, that's the D&C from the 1835 printing, which didn't include a lot of Joe's revelations, which were given after. It also doesn't include what we find in the modern-day Pearl of Great Price, which is the Book of Moses, the Book of Abraham, the Joseph Smith history, some of the Joseph Smith translation of the Bible, and the Articles of Faith. Theologically speaking, this means the church that published the Nauvoo Expositor retained no belief in baptisms for the dead, or anointed quorums, or endowments, or calling an election made sure, or polygamy, and a few other distinctly Mormon beliefs that are retained to this day in the Salt Lake City Church. This new church, the true Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, was essentially a mainstream Protestantism with the Book of Mormon and a few of Joe's revelations tacked on. This church was very similar to Joe's Kirtland-era church. The Expositor doesn't state explicitly when they believe that Joe went off the rails, but it is consistent with the Mormonism that the Law family joined in 1837 instead of the evolved version that we have seen develop in Nauvoo. The next chunk of the preamble takes direct aim at the prophet. Now, the reason the dissenters have chosen to speak out against Joseph Smith now is because his behavior is not consistent with the Mormon view of what a Christian minister should be. Ministers are supposed to be devoted to, quote, the honor and glory of God, end quote, and the salvation of souls. And they're supposed to embody faith, hope, virtue, and charity. Quote, but with Joseph Smith and many other official characters in the church, these are words without any meanings attached, words as ornaments, exotics, nurtured for display, end quote. A good Christian should, quote, examine and scan Joseph Smith's pretensions to righteousness, and don't just blindly obey a man which the reasonableness of past events and the laws of our country declare to be pernicious and diabolical, end quote. Now, this reference to the laws of the country is really important because one issue that came up time and time again between Joseph Smith and various groups of dissenters from the church is that Joe didn't consider himself bound by civil law or by the principles of republican government, whereas the dissenters usually understood Christian virtue and republican virtue to go hand in hand. That was an important theme of the dissenters at Kirtland in 1837, and we're going to see here that it's an important theme for these Nauvoo dissenters as well. Let's read a pretty good chunk from the Expositor itself. Quote, we are earnestly seeking to explode the vicious principles of Joseph Smith and those who practice the same abominations and whoredoms, which we verily know are not accordant and consonant with the principles of Jesus Christ and the apostles. And for that purpose, and with that end in view, with an eye single to the glory of God, we have dared to gird on the armor, and with God at our head, we must solemnly and sincerely declare that the sword of truth shall not depart from the thigh, nor the buckler from the arm, until we can enjoy those glorious privileges which nature's God and our country's laws have guaranteed to us: freedom of speech, the liberty of the press, and the right to worship God as seemeth us good. We are aware, however, that we are hazarding every earthly blessing, particularly property and probably life itself, in striking this blow at tyranny and oppression. Yet, notwithstanding, we most solemnly declare that no man or set of men combined shall with impunity violate obligations as sacred as many which have been violated, unless reason, justice, and virtue have become ashamed and sought the haunts of the grave, though our lives be the forfeiture, end quote. This is a really self-aware paragraph in the Nauvoo Expositor. Freedom of speech comes with some important protections from people like Joseph Smith, and the way that William Law crafted this paragraph is quite genius. If a person is an overwhelming tyrant with tens of thousands of people rallied behind anything he says, his own army, and total control of the government inside his little fiefdom, speaking out can be a dangerous threat to those who do speak out. However, as soon as they do speak out and include a paragraph like this, they gain the protection of the public eye, implicit as it may be. They state in that paragraph explicitly that we may forfeit our lives in trying to stop Joe's tyranny, and suddenly anybody who wasn't aware of how Nauvoo worked had their eyes on this new religion and the publishers of the Nauvoo Expositor. So if any of them happened to disappear or to take an unexpected trip to the eastern states or England, suspicions would pervade the kingdom. People would become inquisitive as to what happened to William Law if he went missing, right? The Nauvoo Expositor fired a shot across Joe's bow, and the ball was now in Joe's court with the whole public watching. More importantly, this was printed in Nauvoo, but the circulation of it granted even greater protections. The anti-Mormon political party based in Warsaw and Carthage may not have known about this rival faction of the church cropping up, but as soon as they read the Expositor, these people were on high alert. They weren't... The thing is, like, these people, they were the anti-Mormon political party, but once again, they weren't so much anti-Mormon as they were anti-Joseph, right? And now they had evidence that there were allies to the anti-Joseph cause that were implanted in Nauvoo. So having stated the general moral principles that underpin kind of the growing of this dissent, the publishers now start to get into the meat of their allegations against the prophet. Number one, there are, quote, items of doctrine taught secretly and denied openly, which we know positively is the case, and we declare these doctrines heretical and damnable in their influence, end quote. It's this idea of like, should we just stand by and allow virtue to be destroyed by false doctrine? No, of course not. Quote, our country and our God require that we should rectify the tree. Number 2 of their complaints. Joseph Smith and his inner circle are practicing abominations and whoredoms, which we verily know are not accordant and consonant with the principles of Jesus Christ and the apostles, and they're doing it under the cloak of religion, perverting sacred things. This makes Joseph ineligible to be leader in the church because, quote, how shall he who has drank of the poisonous draught, teach virtue, end quote. And number 3, Joseph Smith is a tyrant and an oppressor, and he has denied people, quote, those glorious privileges which nature's God and our country's laws have guaranteed to us, freedom of speech, the liberty of press, and the right to worship God as seemeth us good, end quote. In fact, the dissenters were well aware that speaking out against Joseph Smith is going to cost them their property and very possibly their lives, but their rights are too sacred to stand by and let them be violated, even if it does cost them their lives. Now reading another relatively large extract from the Expositor, quote, many of us have sought a reformation in the church without a public exposition of the enormities of crimes practiced by its leaders, thinking that if they would hearken to counsel and shew fruit meet for repentance, it would be as acceptable with God as though they were exposed to public gaze. For the private path, the secret acts of men, if noble, far the noblest of their lives. But our petitions were treated with contempt, and in many cases the petitioners spurned from their presence, and particularly by Joseph, who would state that if he had sinned and was guilty of the charges we would charge him with, he would not make acknowledgment, but would rather be damned, for it would detract from his dignity and would consequently ruin and prove the overthrow of the church. Brief comment. Joseph Smith was never going to walk back from where he had led the church to. De-escalation was not something that he would even consider, right? They continue. We would ask him, on the other hand, if the overthrow of the church was not inevitable, to which he often replies that we would all go to hell together and convert it into a heaven by casting the devil out. And says he, hell is by no means the place this world of fools suppose it to be, but on the contrary, it's quite an agreeable place. To which we would now reply, he can enjoy hell if he is determined not to desist from his evil ways. But as for us and ours, we will serve the Lord our God. It is absurd for men to assert that all is well while wicked and corrupt men are seeking our destruction by a perversion of sacred things. For all is not well while whoredoms and all manner of abominations are practiced under the cloak of religion. Lo, the wolf is in the fold, arrayed in sheep's clothing, and is spreading death and devastation among the saints. And we say to the watchmen standing upon the walls, cry aloud and spare not, for the day of the Lord is at hand, a day cruel both with wrath and fierce anger to lay the land desolate. It is a notorious fact that many females in foreign climes and in countries to us unknown, even in the most distant regions of the Eastern Hemisphere, have been induced by the sound of the gospel to forsake friends and embark upon a voyage across the waters that lie stretched over the great portion of the globe, as they supposed, to glorify God, that they might thereby stand acquitted in the great day of the God Almighty. But what is taught them on their arrival at this place? They are visited by some of the strikers, for we know not what else to call them, and are requested to hold on and be faithful, for there are great blessings awaiting the righteous, and that God has great mysteries in store for those who love the Lord and cling to brother Joseph. End quote. This strikes me as interesting because it provides a window into what the day-to-day life was like, particularly for immigrants who moved to Nauvoo with all sorts of promises of spiritual wealth and prosperity. More importantly, however, is how it illustrates the coercive measures taken by Joseph Smith and the leadership to gain and to retain members in Nauvoo. The further detail here is quite fascinating, and may this be a lesson of how religious practices operate at the fundamental human psychology level. We're going to get into some touchy stuff here. The next passage refers specifically to how polygamy was practiced, but the themes transcend a singular religious praxis such as polygamy. I'm going to pop a trigger warning here for about the next 10 or so minutes of the podcast. this is gonna kind of get ugly, but we have to give this issue its due time because the Nauvoo Expositor gave it its due time. Speaking of these female immigrants to Nauvoo who immigrated because of these promises of spiritual wealth and prosperity, quote, "They are also notified that Brother Joseph will see them soon and reveal the mysteries of heaven to their full understanding, which seldom fails to inspire them with new confidence in the prophet, as well as a great anxiety to know what God has laid up in store for them, in return for the great sacrifice of father and mother of gold and silver, for which they gladly left far behind, that they might be gathered into the fold and numbered among the chosen of God. They are visited again, and what is the result? They are requested to meet Brother Joseph or some of the 12 at some insulated point or at some particularly described place on the bank of the Mississippi or some room which wears upon its front positively no admittance. The harmless, inoffensive, and unsuspecting creatures are so devoted to the prophet and the cause of Jesus Christ that they do not dream of the deep-laid and fatal scheme which prostrates happiness and renders death itself desirable. But they meet him, expecting to receive through him a blessing and learn the will of the Lord concerning them and what awaits the faithful follower of Joseph, the apostle and prophet of God, when, in the stead thereof, they are told, after having been sworn in one of the most solemn manners to never divulge what is revealed to them, with a penalty of death attached, that God Almighty has revealed it to him that she should be his, Joseph's, spiritual wife. For it was right anciently, and God will tolerate it again. But we must keep those pleasures and blessings from the world, for until there is a change in the government, we will endanger ourselves by practicing it. But we can enjoy the blessings of Jacob, David, and others, as well as to be deprived of them, if we do not expose ourselves to the law of the land. She is thunderstruck, faints, recovers, and refuses. The prophet damns her if she rejects. She thinks of the great sacrifice and of the many thousands miles she has traveled over sea and land, and that she might save her soul from pending ruin, and replies, "God's will be done, and not mine." The prophet and his devotees in this way are gratified. End quote. What that passage describes is grooming and spiritual coercion to accomplish rape. There is no other way of summarizing what is contained in that last passage. Beyond this description at the high level, there are multiple single examples of where this exact procedure was followed by Joseph Smith or by Brigham Young and by others to commit sexual assault against defenseless prey who gave up their autonomy to these religious leaders because only damnation awaited them and their families upon their refusal. However, if they just agree to be raped, they and their entire families will enjoy blessings and mysteries untold. Now, some people will tend to not believe these accounts because they're salacious or they're anti-Mormon, but the preponderance of evidence from multiple disconnected sources show this for what it really is. Joseph didn't fight polygamy. He wasn't a reluctant polygamist. Joseph Smith was a predator and a rapist, and sensible people could recognize it at the time, and sensible people today see it unless motivated by biased reasoning. And I really want to dig into this point because polygamy and the resulting rape are such a powerful catalyst for the Expositor being published and the publishers forming a dissenting church in the first place. Too many historians refuse to call this what it is, and if we don't bear the pain these women suffered, then their stories remain untold. The crimes committed against them are washed from history, and none of us learn the actual lessons at the heart of what the Expositor sought to accomplish. Quote, "The next step, after their passions are gratified, to avoid public exposition from the common course of things, they are sent away for a time until all is well, after which they return as from a long visit. Those whom no power or influence could seduce, except that which is wielded by some individual feigning to be a god, must realize the remarks of an able writer when he says, "If women's feelings are turned to ministers of sorrow, where shall she look for consolation? Her lot is to be wooed and won. Her heart is like some fortress that has been captured, sacked, abandoned, and left desolate. With her, the desire of the heart has failed. The great charm of existence is at an end. She neglects all the cheerful exercises of life which gladden the spirits, quicken the pulses, and send the tide of life in healthful currents through the veins. Her rest is broken. The sweet refreshment of sleep is poisoned by melancholy dreams. Dry sorrow drinks her blood until her enfeebled frame sinks under the slightest external injury. Look for her after a little while, and you find friendship weeping over her untimely grave, and wondering that one who but so recently glowed with all the radiance of health and beauty should so speedily be brought down to darkness and despair. You will be told of some wintry chill, of some casual indisposition that laid her low, but no one knows of the mental malady that previously sapped her strength and made her so easy a prey to the spoiler." End quote. That's PTSD. Right? This is often the result, whether justified by a divine providence or any other means. The results are consistent. This monstrous behavior has tangible results seen on the face of each survivor of Mormon sex abuse. The author of this, William Law, saw the women who were victimized by this system. He cared for them. They were his friends. He knew some of them before they even moved to Nauvoo. And you see, the power of the Nauvoo Expositor is made sharper simply by virtue of its giving voice to the voiceless, power to protest to the powerless of society. This is one reason why many people are pleased with Bennett's expose in 1842. He put a credible male voice on the stories and affidavits of women whose credibility was viewed as defective or inferior in the 19th century. The expositionists here worked with the tools that they had. They continue, quote, "She is like some tender tree, the pride and beauty of the grove, graceful in its form, bright in its foliage, but with the worm preying at its heart. We find it withered when it should be most luxuriant. We see it drooping its branches to the earth and shedding leaf by leaf until wasted and perished away. It falls in the stillness of the forest, and as we muse over the beautiful ruin, we strive in vain to recollect the blast or thunderbolt that could have smitten it with decay. But no one knows the cause except the foul fiend who perpetrated the diabolical deed. Our hearts have mourned and bled at the wretched and miserable condition of females in this place. Many orphans have been the victims of misery and wretchedness through the influence that has been exerted over them under the cloak of religion, and afterwards in consequence of that jealous disposition which predominates over the minds of some, have been turned upon a wide world, fatherless and motherless, destitute of friends and fortune, and robbed of that which nothing but death can restore. Men solace themselves by saying the facts slumber in the dark caverns of midnight, but lo, it is sudden day, and the dark deeds of foul fiends shall be exposed from the housetops. A departed spirit, once the resident of St. Louis, shall yet cry aloud for vengeance. It is difficult, perhaps impossible, to describe the wretchedness of females in this place without wounding the feelings of the benevolent or shocking the delicacy of the refined. But the truth shall come to the world. The remedy can never be applied unless the disease is known. The sympathy, ever anxious to relieve, cannot be felt before the misery is seen. The charity that kindles at the tale of woe can never act with adequate efficiency till it is made to see the pollution and guilt of men now buried in the death shades of heathenism. Shall we then, however painful the sight, shrink from the contemplation of their real state? We answer, we will not, if permitted to live. As we have before stated, it is the vicious principles of men we are determined to explode. It is not that we have any private feelings to gratify or any private pique to settle that has induced us to thus be plain. For we can respect and love the criminal if there is any hope of reformation, but there is a point beyond which forbearance ceases to be a virtue." End quote. With so many victims, appeasement ceases to be a virtue. The reforms sought by the publishers primarily center around stopping all of the rape. That's a pretty damn reasonable reform, if you ask me. Now, notably, at kind of the meta level here, this is the classic Mormon captivity narrative, right? Mormon missionaries go overseas to Europe, they recruit European women, they bring them by the thousands to Nauvoo, away from any social support network, and then they ambush them with the doctrine of plural marriage and entrap them into these sexual assault encounters with Mormon leaders. And this would become the archetype for dozens of so-called anti-Mormon books and movies over the next 100 years, and there is some nugget of truth to them. And as it was utilized here as essentially a rhetorical device, this pushed all of the buttons that would have appealed to a 19th century audience. But it bears nuggets of truth within it, and it tells a story that we need to understand from our modern day perspective as well. The mention of orphans in that also gives us something to sink our teeth into. And yes, that is true. Joseph and his inner circles seem to have particularly preyed upon orphan girls. According to George D. Smith's book, Nauvoo Polygamy, 6 of Joseph Smith's plural wives were orphans, including 3 who were teenagers. One of Joseph's earliest sexual affairs was with Fanny Alger, an orphan girl who lived in his house at Kirtland. Joe's followers married orphans as well. In 1843, Joe commanded Benjamin F. Johnson to marry Mary Ann Hale, who was a 15-year-old orphan girl who lived in his home. But probably the orphans that the dissenters had in mind here were the Lawrence sisters. In May of 1843, Joe had married 16-year-old Sarah Lawrence and 19-year-old Maria Lawrence, orphan sisters of whom Joseph Smith was the legal guardian. The Lawrences immigrated to Nauvoo from Canada around the same time that the Laws did, and the Laws and the Lawrences were friends. Possibly William Law saw himself as a father figure to these orphan sisters. However, when the Lawrences moved to Nauvoo, they lived in the mansion under the guardianship of Joseph Smith. He also got himself appointed the manager of their very large inheritance, and William Law strongly suspected Joe of stealing from that estate, although the available documents actually make that really hard to prove. Some Mormon apologists have suggested that Joe actually never had sex with the Lawrence sisters, but William Law clearly believed that Joe had taken their virginity. Thus, this comment that they had been robbed of that which nothing but death can restore, and the extensive descriptions of their countenance, the way that he saw them change. Now, all of these points made in the preamble provide the introduction to, the sexual allegations against Joe. And after these passages, the dissenters elaborate on their political allegations against Joe, that he had violated people's rights and violated Republican principles. After that, they extensively discuss heretical doctrines beyond polygamy, and then they draw on the history of the Roman Catholic Empire to describe how dangerous and antithetical to American ideals theocracies are. What false doctrines did these dissenters consider heretical? Quote, "Among the many items of false doctrine that are taught in the church is the doctrine of many gods. We know not what to call it other than blasphemy, for it is most unquestionably speaking of God in an impious and irreverent manner. It is contended that there are innumerable gods, as much above the God that presides over this universe as he is above us. And if he varies from the law unto which he is subjected, he with all his creatures will be cast down as was Lucifer." End quote. This concept of gods and gods becoming fallen, this diminishes God's glory and reduces him to a creature, a human who ascended to godhood and can fall from godhood, which is nothing more than basically an angel, right? And personally, I'm always fascinated by religious people arguing about the nature of God when nobody has the high ground, right? Now, this is resulting from Joe's private teachings in addition to his public declarations during the King Follett Discourse. He had been teaching in private for a couple of years that there was a council of gods, or a pantheon of gods, basically, but that wasn't really public knowledge until the King Follett Discourse. For many people, his expounding on the nature of God during that sermon was seen as absolutely heretical. Hell, I mean, many Christians today claim that Mormonism is antichrist because Mormon theology claims a council of gods that were all once mortal men. My point is that theology can be whatever you want it to be, and people who will believe in it, while others are going to call it heresy. And of course, the more people you have calling it heresy, the more believers in that heresy believe that heresy to be true, right? It's just crazy to me. But speaking to the ideas of religion and state becoming one in Nauvoo, the dissenters consider Joe's, quote, attempt at political power and influence by running for president to be preposterous and absurd. We believe it is inconsistent and not in accordance with Christian religion. We do not believe that God ever raised up a prophet to Christianize a world by political schemes and intrigue, end quote. You see, Joseph Smith had persecuted dissenters of his church, much like the Spanish Inquisition had persecuted heretics in the Middle Ages. Drawing on Catholic history, quote, we are no longer forced to appeal to those states that are now situated under the influence of popery for examples of injustice, cruelty, and oppression. We can appeal to the acts of the inquisitorial department organized in Nauvoo by Joseph and his accomplices for specimens of injustice of the most pernicious and diabolical character that ever stained the pages of the historian. It's kind of alarmist, but in many ways, it's like those were his ambitions, right? They continue. On Thursday evening, the 18th of April, there was a council called Unknown to the Church which tried, condemned, and cut off brothers William Law, Wilson Law, and sister Law, William's wife, Jane, brother R.D. Foster, and one brother Smith, with whom we are unacquainted, which we contend is contrary to the book of the Doctrine and Covenants, for our law condemneth no man until he is heard. We abhor and protest against any council or tribunal in this church which will not suffer the accused to stand in its midst and plead their own cause. End quote. Why had the dissenters been prevented from pleading their case before the council? Quote, we answer it is because the court fears the atrocity of its crimes will be exposed to public gaze. We wish the public to thoroughly understand the nature of this court and judge of the legality of its acts as seemeth them good. On Monday, the 15th of April, Brother Robert D. Foster had a notice served on him to appear before the High Council on Saturday following the 20th and answered to charges preferred against him by Joseph Smith. On Saturday, while Mr. Foster was preparing to take his witnesses, 41 in number, to the council room that he might make good his charges against Joseph, President William Marks notified him that the trial had been on Thursday evening before the 15th and that he was cut off from the church. And that same council cut off the brothers Law, sister Law, and brother Smith, and all without their knowledge. End quote. This excommunication in absentia was especially problematic because Brigham Young, who presided over the hearing, did not have jurisdiction, quote, to try William Law, who was called by special revelation to stand as counselor to the president of the church, Joseph, which was twice ratified by general conferences assembled at Nauvoo, end quote. According to the bylaws of the church, the Doctrine and Covenants, only the High Council should have jurisdiction in this case. So what are we to take away from Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon being absent from this hearing, which we discussed last week? That's kind of a tougher question, but William Law's interpretation seems to be parsimonious. Joe didn't want to testify as to why William Law, Robert Foster, and all these other people are being cut off and why they're unfit to be a member in good standing, because that would raise too many questions about his own conduct within that hearing. In total, when we consider the meat of the preamble to the Nauvoo Expositor, these were the sins of Joseph Smith: teaching false doctrine, practicing whoredoms, and acting the part of an anti-Republican tyrant. And when we say practicing whoredoms, rape, that's what that is, right? The dissenters were really careful to reiterate, quote, that it is the vicious principles of men we are determined to explode. It is not that we have any private feelings to gratify or any private pique to settle that has induced us to be thus plain, for we can respect and love the criminal if there is any hope of reformation. But there is a point beyond which forbearance ceases to be a virtue." End quote. And it's not like the dissenters hadn't followed proper procedure for when a fellow Christian goes astray, right? Quote, "We have called upon Joseph Smith to repent, and as soon as he shewed fruits meet for repentance, we stood ready to seize him by the hand of fellowship and throw around him the mantle of protection. For it is the salvation of souls we desire, and not our own aggrandizement. Many of us have sought a reformation in the church without a public exposition of the enormities of crimes practiced by its leaders, thinking that if they would hearken to counsel and shew fruit meet for repentance, it would be as acceptable with God as though they were exposed to public gaze." End quote. Unfortunately, Joe never took them up on their offer of repentance because the stakes were too high. He didn't want to change the direction of the church and its doctrine and everything that he had done. He was far too prideful of his creation to admit to wrongdoing in a public forum. Quote, "Our petitions for reformation were treated with contempt, and in many cases the petitioners spurned from their presence. Joseph himself was the worst in all of this, because he replied that if he had sinned and he was guilty of the charges we would charge him with, he would not make acknowledgement, but would rather be damned. And this is truly incredible, for it would detract from his dignity and would consequently ruin and prove the overthrow of the church." End quote. In other words, even if a leader is wrong, he can never admit that he's wrong, lest he damage the dignity of the office and cause people to doubt their faith. It's wrong to criticize leaders of the church, even if the criticism is true. And we see replete throughout human history where this inability to admit wrongs by leaders only results in worse outcomes for the leaders and for the people whom they lead. To this, the dissenters claimed that Joseph's bad behavior made the overthrow of the church inevitable, and he replied that we would all go to hell together and convert it into a heaven by casting the devil out. Hell is by no means the place this world of fools suppose it to be, but on the contrary, it's quite an agreeable place. End quote. It's like, it's amazing. A lot of you listeners have probably heard this teaching from Joseph Smith, how if Latter-day Saints go to hell, they'll make a heaven out of it. But you probably never heard it in this context, with Joseph Smith using it to justify why he isn't bound by the sexual propriety of the time, and why he never has to admit that he's ever wrong about anything ever. This teaching is usually taken as a shout of defiance against Protestantism, but it looks a lot more ominous the way that the dissenters are framing it, especially within the context of Joseph Smith raping people, right? Joseph Smith is willing to go to hell and take all of the Latter-day Saints with him in order to do whatever he wants and never have to apologize for anything. Lo, the wolf is in the fold, arrayed in sheep's clothing, and is spreading death and devastation among the saints. That essentially concludes the preamble of the Nauvoo Expositor. And I want to make a brief point touching on the perspective from which this was written, right? The publishers of the Nauvoo Expositor were no John C. Bennett or Thomas C. Sharp of the Warsaw Signal, right? They weren't coming at this from an antagonistic perspective. They formed their own Mormonism before publishing this expositor because they were explicitly seeking reforms that had been quashed repeatedly by Joseph Smith and the leadership. In that regard, it seems as if the Nauvoo Expositor kind of pulled its punches a little bit. Like, it could have gone so much further to detail criminal activities and salacious theology and the clandestine nature of the church, but this wasn't written to cause outsiders to bring the Illinois militia into Nauvoo to put down the crimes. It was written in such a way as to inform the public what they were really invested in and to provide an alternative if they could no longer stand to be associated with the criminal empire that was Joseph Smith's Nauvoo Mormonism. Anti-Mormon propaganda like Bennett's expose and articles in the Warsaw Signal, those could be easily written off or ignored as anti-Mormon by Mormons. But the authors of the Nauvoo Expositor were people who were in good standing and leadership positions of the church only 6 months before it was published. They laid out reasonable arguments for what was wrong in Nauvoo and, as we'll see in the next section, provided resolutions to reasonably reform the church and to install a crucial wall of separation between church and state, which had never existed in the criminal empire since its inception. For these reasons, the Nauvoo Expositor had a much greater impact on the church than any other expose or news article coming from the Warsaw Signal or the New York Tribune. It also means that the Expositor was a greater existential threat to the prophet and the Nauvoo leadership than any of these other fora. Now, we've discussed the general complaints of the dissenters. Let's see what they propose to actually reform the church in the next section of the Expositor. Here are their resolutions, 15 in number, the new dissenting church held to as a reasonable alternative to Joseph Smith's tyrannical regime. First resolution. There should be no excommunication or church courts without giving the accused an opportunity to defend themselves. Therefore, the excommunication of the laws and Robert D. Foster were declared, quote, unjust and unauthorized by the laws of the church and consequently null and void, end quote, hearkening to an actual citation in the Doctrine and Covenants. And this resolution is quite interesting to me. On the one hand, the dissenters wanted to be reinstated in full membership of the church, or at least to kind of nullify their excommunication. But on the other hand, they had formed their own church in Nauvoo because of it, for which they could dictate the rules. What did they really want out of this? Well, excommunication carries a bit of a social stigma with it today, as much as in the Joseph Smith days. I assume that these people wanted things to go back to the way they were in early Nauvoo, when they were all in good standing, they were prospering in wealth, they were surrounded by friends, and the controversial teachings of the church that they are decrying in the Expositor were nowhere to be seen. But again, the problem here was Joseph Smith. He ran his church how he wanted, and by virtue of being mayor of Nauvoo and commander-in-chief of the Nauvoo Legion, he ran his city how he wanted. There was no going back to the halcyon days of 1840 to 1841. The ship hadn't sailed, it had sunk, and there was no way to recover what was lost. The second resolution. Joseph and Hiram Smith have forfeited their priesthood by teaching, quote, false and damnable doctrines, end quote, including the plurality of gods, the plurality of wives, end quote, the doctrine of unconditional sealing up to eternal life, end quote. Now, that last one refers to the second anointing, a ritual which supposedly made it impossible for you to lose your salvation except by shedding innocent blood. The dissenters considered this a perversion of the priesthood and thus denounced the Smith brothers as apostates from the pure and holy doctrines of Jesus Christ. That's a quote in the resolution. Now, notably, in this teaching, Joseph Smith determined who did and didn't have innocent blood. So some people, like Porter Rockwell, were required to shed the blood of enemies to the kingdom of God in order to gain his salvation. Every tyrant needs a shadow enforcer and a divine excuse to put their enemies out of the way. Joseph's theology of the second anointing, coupled with blood-atoning Danites, provided for this path. Third resolution. The dissenters rejected, quote, every attempt to unite church and state and denounced Joseph Smith's presidential campaign. Fourth resolution, Joseph Smith's hostility towards Missourians and toward other non-Mormons was, quote, at variance with the true spirit of Christianity, end quote. Fifth resolution, church members should follow the law of the land, quote, and we discountenance any chicanery to screen them from the just demands of the same, end quote. This was a tacit condemnation of Joseph Smith's many efforts to evade arrest and his abuse of the constitutional right of habeas corpus in order to get free whenever he was arrested. And see, Missouri was always a sore spot for the prophet. The Mormons' treatment in Missouri motivated a lot of Joe's decisions and formed the foundation for the Mormon persecution narrative incorporated into many, many of his sermons. In many ways, his bid for president of the United States in 1844 was a direct result of the Mormons being exterminated from Missouri and Missouri's repeated attempts to bring Joe back into the state in order to answer for his crimes of larceny, arson, robbery, high treason against the Constitution, and murder. When the Mormons appealed to the federal government and governors of Illinois and Missouri, they were essentially told that the government couldn't do anything for them. Now, Joe had a lot riding on the government bailing the Mormons out, and when that didn't happen, his political machinations grew exponentially until the next reasonable step for him was to run for president. The Mormon voice would be impossible to ignore or quash when the nation's president is literally the prophet who started the religion. His campaign was also a bit of a publicity stunt within the context of being kind of basically like a protest campaign. The nation's collective eye turned toward the kingdom on the Mississippi, which had some really interesting effects that we've seen Joe navigate for the past year of podcast episodes. The sixth resolution. Joseph Smith shouldn't be running church finances because the Doctrine and Covenants makes that the purview of the presiding bishop. Now, Joe did have an incredible amount of control over the monetary affairs of the Mormons. Never forget, his name was on all of the land contracts that created Nauvoo and all of the nearby Mormon settlements. He controlled the property to begin with, and much of his daily time was occupied with buying and selling property in and around Nauvoo. He was incredibly wealthy, but incredibly deep in debt from all of this land speculation. Beyond that, though, Joseph's word was the word of God when people showed signs of disloyalty. People like the Laws or the Fosters, who held a relatively large amount of property and a couple of businesses in Nauvoo, they were vulnerable to the whims of the prophet. If he instructed that people shouldn't transact business with people that he labeled as apostates, those people were bankrupted almost immediately because anybody seen buying or selling anything with those apostates were themselves apostate sympathizers and therefore ran the risk of being branded as an apostate. It's the same concept in this idea that forced the Baker Fancher Party into starvation before the Mormons massacred them at Mountain Meadows only 13 years in the future from where our timeline currently is. Seventh resolution. We condemn dancing, drinking, and theaters, quote, believing that they have a tendency to lead from paths of virtue and holiness, end quote. Now, Nauvoo had a relatively consistent problem with houses of vice throughout its history. And the thing is sex work was a lucrative game when the chief economy of the city was currying favor with political elites. Beyond that, Nauvoo had some teetotalers in government ranks. It started with John C. Bennett outlawing alcohol, but when Joe took over as mayor, he softened up the alcohol prohibitions to the point that his home, the Nauvoo Mansion, had the best bar in town and the most beautiful women in town, with Pistol Pack and Porter Rockwell as bartender. Joe also controlled all alcohol licenses in the city, so he could price fix liquor, and if any competition cropped up in the city, he could send the marshal over to shut down the bars. Eighth resolution, Scripture is immutable and we must abide by its doctrines to be saved. Ninth resolution, the gathering of the saints to Nauvoo has been premature, overly hasty, and motivated by church leaders' greed. Quote, it has been taught by Joseph Smith and others for the purpose of enabling them to sell property at most exorbitant prices, reducing business people to poverty, and thus the wealth which is brought into this place is swallowed up by the one great throat from whence there is no return, which, if it had been economically dispersed among the whole, would have rendered all comfortable. End quote. In effect, Joseph Smith's greed and price gouging and speculation for land had destroyed the Nauvoo economy and established the foundation for a wide disparity between wealth classes in the city. The hill overlooking the flats was prime real estate right next to the temple, which only the wealthiest church leaders could afford. Wealth inequality is a common trend in society, motivating people like these dissenters to finally pull the trigger and go public with their grievances. 10th resolution. Quote, we consider the injunction laid upon the saints compelling them to purchase property of the trustee in trust for the church is a deception practiced upon them, and the missionaries' efforts to raise funds for construction of the temple is a humbug practiced upon the saints by Joseph and others to aggrandize themselves, as we do not believe that the monies and property so collected have been applied as the donors expected, but have been used for speculative purposes by Joseph to gull the saints the better on their arrival at Nauvoo by buying the lands in the vicinity and selling them again at tenfold advance, end quote. In other words, the dissenters believe that Joseph was skimming money off of donations for the temple and the Nauvoo house in order to buy land and sell it at an inflated, outrageous price to the saints. And also, there's a nugget of to tease out of that too, of giving money to the Mormon church or any other church today. When people would give money to the temple building project or any other church or public project, they had very little assurance that their donations actually went to the temple or the Nauvoo house instead of into the pockets of the leadership or to pay debts not directly associated with the temple project or the larger church. It's like a person trying to pee into the corner of a pool. There was no accountability, and people bristled at the fact that they had no way to know that the money they gave to Joseph or the brethren was actually going to the temple or other church causes. I can see how a lack of financial transparency in the church would infuriate people. 11th resolution. Quote, we consider all secret societies and combinations under penal oaths and obligations professing to be organized for religious purposes to be anti-Christian, hypocritical, and corrupt. End quote. 12th resolution, quote, we will not acknowledge any man as king or lawgiver to the church, for Christ is our only king and lawgiver, end quote. Now this, of course, this referred explicitly to Joseph Smith's ordination as king, prophet, priest, and king over the Council of 50, right? And the secret societies and combinations, Danitism was a buzzword that was thrown around a lot in Nauvoo. The Danites in Missouri left an indelible mark on the church's more clandestine operations, and Joe had made a few very public demonstrations that no secret, oaths and combinations with death penalties for revealing the secrets, that none of those things were going on among the Nauvoo elite. Notably, when William Law filed a complaint after he suspected that Joe had attempted to kill him under the cover of night, Joe had the entire police force come in and play dumb about any of these secret oaths, but people in the know knew better. Reasonable people could see right past the demonstration for what it was. Joe invented increasingly exclusive groups with oaths and rituals for various reasons, not least of which was forming the secretive Council of 50 to become the government once the United States government had been overthrown. Notably, in this, as well as in the anti-Masonic rhetoric, the nation had yet to get over since the William Morgan affair in 1826, secret combinations were a terrifying idea to many people who felt like real societal power and change was orchestrated in these clandestine meetings instead of at the polls or in public demonstrations. In many ways, Nauvoo serves as a microcosm for the anti-authoritarian and anti-government bend throughout groups in American history. These were completely reasonable complaints by the dissenters. 13th resolution, we believe in the Bible, Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and we disfellowship anyone who practices or teaches contrary to these books of Scripture. Cool, whatever. The 14th resolution, this one's interesting. That we hereby notify all those holding licenses to preach the gospel who know they are guilty of teaching the doctrine of other gods above the God of this creation, the plurality of wives, the unconditional sealing up against all crimes save that of shedding innocent blood, the spoiling of the Gentiles, and all other doctrines so called which are contrary to the laws of God or to the laws of our country, to cease preaching and to come and make satisfaction and have their licenses renewed. Now, this may be the most consequential of all the 15 resolutions because it provided a path for reconciliation for average members. Look, polygamy and plurality of gods, Those are tough doctrines for a lot of people to get their minds around, as were the ideas of second anointings and consecrating Gentile property for the church use. That's theft, right? That's robbery. This competitor church being formed in Nauvoo, calling people to renounce the most controversial teachings and providing preaching licenses of their own, set up the true Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to be a legitimate market competitor to Joe's church. It didn't require somebody getting rebaptized or adhering to a new set of doctrines or scriptures. It was merely a return to a less controversial time of the church that the people already believed in. To anybody who had heard the rumors of polygamy and simply considered them anti-Mormon lies, to have William Law, Joe's second in command only 6 months prior, publishing reports of polygamy and forming a strictly monogamous church after his excommunication, that would have forced a lot of people to reconsider whether or not all of these rumors might actually be true. Now, this new church would provide a path to membership and renewal of preaching licenses if the people approached them and merely denied these controversial teachings that they may have been uncomfortable with to begin with. This resolution, in some ways a revolution, this resolution could be quite appealing to many folks who didn't agree with the current direction of Joe's church. And finally, 15th resolution, our war is a spiritual war against the powers of darkness, so we will not use carnal weapons save in our own defense. This was a rejection of the military aggression that Joseph Smith had taught and practiced, including the looting of Gentile cities during the 1838 Missouri Mormon War. And I suppose a printing press isn't technically a weapon, but it was far more powerful than any martial implement of the day. And the printing press of this Nauvoo Expositor, it accomplished its task masterfully. So that's it for the resolutions. Those are the 15 points the Nauvoo Expositor sought to accomplish and reform the church. And in many ways, the lack of compromise in any of the resolutions meant that they were non-starter proposals, right? Joe had taken the church in a direction of lawlessness and esoteric theology for years. These resolutions would devolve the church into a more benign and mainstream version of itself. And Joseph Smith wasn't someone who had the concepts of de-escalation and compromise in his personality. The publishers printing the Nauvoo Expositor with these resolutions was them serving the ball and letting the game play out. It was now in Joe's court, and his response would dictate the direction of the next edition of the Nauvoo Expositor to be published the very next week. That would send the ball back over to Joe and the leadership. To what extent the publishers expected Joe to simply blow up the game after they served the ball, that's pretty unknown, but that's what he did. The next portion of the Nauvoo Expositor is remarkable. Not only did the preamble and resolutions detail the problems that the publishers had with Joe's church and his paths towards, possible reconciliation and reformation, the next section provides affidavits that prove polygamy was happening, and anybody who believes otherwise can only do so by ignoring a mountain of evidence. These 3 affidavits were subscribed to Justice of the Peace Robert D. Bob the Builder Foster, one of the excommunicated printers of the Expositor, and brother to the guy who pulled a pistol on Joseph Smith, after which they were both taken to prison in the city for refusing to help the marshal arrest Augustine Spencer. The newspaper includes these 3 affidavits as evidence of Joseph and Hiram Smith privately teaching polygamy, even though they publicly denied it. The first one is an affidavit from William Law. He says that Hiram Smith read him the plural marriage revelation in his office, said, quote, "It was a revelation from God," and said that he was with Joseph when he received it, end quote. William Law took the document home and showed it to his wife. Quote, "It authorized certain men to have more wives than one at a time in this world and in the world to come. It said this was the law and commanded Joseph to enter into the law, and also that he should administer it to others," end quote. This is super important because the possibility of Joe approaching Jane Law with a proposal would have happened sometime weeks or maybe months before William gave this affidavit. Hiram's sidekick Abiff Smith giving a copy of the revelation to William Law provides for the high likelihood that Joe instructed Hiram to do so in order to set the stage for his own proposal to Jane Law. The second affidavit was from Jane Law, William's wife, confirming that she had read the revelation and that, quote, "it sustained in strong terms the doctrine of more wives than one at a time in this world and in the next. It authorized some to have to the number of 10 and set forth that those women who would not allow their husbands to have more wives than one, who should be under condemnation before God," end quote. It really speaks to the difference in gender dynamics by what the two people, William Law versus Jane Law, took away from the revelation when they read it, because Jane Law focused on the law of Sarah, as it's called in Modern Doctrine and Covenants, section 132. That was and still is a tough concept for many people to deal with, particularly women. The actual wording of the law of Sarah is crafted such that it was aimed directly at Emma, but it became an interlocking piece within the doctrine of plural marriage that remains in the text to this day. If a woman denies her husband's request to take a wife, then she is the one that's under condemnation. The third affidavit was from Austin Cowles, who said that the reason that he had resigned his post as first counselor in the first presidency in 1843 was that Hiram Smith had introduced the plural marriage revelation to a high priesthood council meeting in 1843, and that, quote, "according to his reading, there was contained the following doctrines. First, the sealing up of persons to eternal life against all sins save that of shedding innocent blood or of consenting thereto. And second, the doctrine of the plurality of wives or marrying virgins, that David and Solomon had many wives, yet in this they sinned not," end quote. Now, of course, we today are very familiar with Doctrine and Covenants section 132, and we know the claims made in these affidavits were true, but to many members of the Nauvoo Church, this would have been shocking, groundbreaking, unbelievable. The prophet had stood up several times from the pulpit and said outright that he wasn't teaching plural marriage, and any allegations to the contrary are anti-Mormon lies. The prophet would never lie from the pulpit, would he? Lying for the Lord? Now, these three affidavits taken together provide damning problems in the church hierarchy. The fact that they were all given by trusted Mormon elites and were consistent with each other and all of the rumors that people had been hearing for years, that gave them a great deal of weight and credibility. It made them reliable affidavits. Also, because of the resolutions and reformation of the, alternative solution to following Joseph, the expositor provided multiple paths out from both an intellectual and an emotional perspective for those who were believers, right? If a believing person read the expositor and they came into contact with this information and then struggled to reconcile it with their beliefs, they didn't have to oppose the church, just a few bad actors within it. And they could do so peacefully by aligning with the dissenter church, the true church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, in order to satisfy their emotional needs. The next item in the paper was an introductory essay to the Nauvoo Expositor, written by its editor, Sylvester Emmons. Now, Sylvester Emmons isn't a very well-known figure in Mormon history, in part because he wasn't a Mormon. He moved to Illinois in 1840 and was admitted to the bar to serve as an attorney in Hancock County in 1843. The same year, he was elected to the Nauvoo City Council, despite being a non-Mormon. He was one of the very, very few. And in 1844, of course, the Laws and Robert Foster made Emmons the editor of the Nauvoo Expositor. Emmons went on to work as a newspaperman in other cities for much of the rest of his life. In Emmons' introductory essay, he clarifies that the Nauvoo Expositor isn't designed to promote any particular religious tenets or any particular political party. The newspaper was not an official organ of the Dissenters Church, nor was it an anti-Mormon paper. Quote, "On the other hand, we believe religious despotism to be incompatible with our free institutions," end quote. With that perspective in mind, the paper would remain neutral on the conflict between the two great political parties of the nation, but it would be less neutral towards the new party that, quote, has sprung up in our midst, the leader of which, it would seem, expects by a flourish of quixotic chivalry to take by storm the presidential chair and distribute among his faithful supporters the offices of governor in all the different states, end quote. It also promised no neutrality in local politics, quote, on account of a combination which we believe has for its object the utter destruction of the rights of the old citizens of the county. We shall spread the banner to the breeze for the radical reform of the city of Nauvoo, as the departure from moral rectitude and abuse of power have become intolerable, end quote. This is really interesting. Unlike the preamble written by the Mormon dissenters themselves, Emmons doesn't come across as quite anti-Mormon in the way that he presents the introduction to the Nauvoo Expositor. He explains that there exists, quote, an order of things with the systematic elements of organization in our midst, a system which, if exposed in its naked deformity, would make the virtuous mind revolt with horror, a system in the exercise of which lays prostrate all the dearest ties in our social relations. The glorious fabric upon which human happiness is based ministers to the worst passions of our nature and throws us back into the benighted regions of the dark ages. We have the greatest reason to believe, end quote. In other words, he presents Mormonism as something monstrous, deformed, an object of horror, and a threat to virtue that might plunge us back into the dark ages. The harder stance of Emmons's introduction may seem kind of discordant with everything in the paper that we've discussed so far, but it was more provided in such a way as to complement the preamble and resolutions, a way of kind of putting a sharper point on all of the grievances aired out up to this introduction. Now, if we read without the context of everything preceding and following Emmons's introduction, it sounds very scathing, but when we consider everything in the paper around Emmons's remarks, also bearing in mind the historical context in which the expositor was conceived in the first place, Emmons' perspective is perfectly aligned with the general mission of the dissenting church and the reformations sought by those who organized the true Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Emmons is also adamant that he doesn't support religious persecution against the Mormons. Quote, "The question is asked, will you bring a mob upon us? In answer to that, we assure all concerned that we will be among the first to put down anything like an illegal force being used against any man or set of men. If any one has become amenable to the law, we wish to have him tried impartially by the laws of his country. We are among the number who believe that there is virtue and integrity enough in the administrators of the law to bring every offender to justice and to protect the innocent," end quote. This statement, coupled with the 15th resolution by the dissenting church about weapons of warfare not being carnal, and they will not use any carnal weapons save in their own defense, that illustrates that the overall pursuit of the dissenters and the Nauvoo Expositor being published was peaceful reformation. They didn't want a repeat of Missouri with state militias surrounding the Mormon settlements, forcing them to surrender, then exterminating the Mormons wholesale out of the state of Illinois. If the militia got involved, or the mobocrats as they were called from the pulpit, everything gets much more complicated, and state officials like governors and congressmen also have to get involved. For all intents and purposes, the dissenters and Emmons wanted these grievances resolved domestically and without bloodshed. But, and here's the rub, Emmons realizes that it might be necessary for the officers of the law to make a, quote, show of force, end quote, in order to see the law enforced. And look, he was well aware that if that happened, the Mormons would consider it a mob, even if it was done through proper official channels within the law. Now remember, Joseph Smith is the guy who once declared back in Missouri during the Missouri Mormon War that, quote, the governor is mob, the militia are mob, the whole state is mob, end quote. Joseph Smith had set a precedent in Kirtland that the Saints could defend themselves by force against a mob. And then he had set a precedent in Missouri that everyone who opposed him, no matter how legitimate their grievance or lawful their authority, was a mob. So Emmons' reassurance here wouldn't have been very reassuring to faithful Mormons who bought into Joseph Smith's black and white, us versus them, faithful versus adversary type of worldview. This persecution narrative was conceived early in church history, and it thrives to this day. Emmons understood this, but he advises us to look very closely at any claims of persecution by the saints. In his words, quote, "It is not always the first man who cries out, 'Stop, thief!' that is robbed," end quote. Emmons also offers a preemptive rebuttal to anyone who might accuse him of slandering Joseph Smith. You see, Joe was a very litigious man, and many people, including publishers of the Expositor, had groaned under the oppressive nature of Joe fining them for just speaking out against him, and then he would go on to chair the municipal court hearings to determine who was at fault. Joe had repeatedly assailed the characters of many of his enemies in the times and seasons in the Nauvoo Neighbor, dragging them into the public light when they weren't technically public figures. Emmons agrees that the press shouldn't be a medium for assailing or exposing the character of any private individual. However, Joseph Smith was fair game because he had made himself a public figure. Quote, "Whoever acts in an official character, who sets himself up as a public teacher and reformer of morals and religion, and as an aspirant to the highest office in the gift of the people of this glorious republic, whose institutions he publicly condemns, we assert and maintain the right of canvassing all the public acts and adverting the terms of the severest reproach upon all the revolutionary measures that come to our notice from any source," end quote. Basically, a good citizen cannot stand by as the laws of the nation are defied and fugitives guilty of high crimes against the nation flee justice and abuse the right of habeas corpus to escape. Quote, "An independent press is bound by every sense of duty to lay such deeds bare. Yes, we will speak, and that too in thunder tones," end quote. Now, something worth briefly mentioning here is the moral expectations placed on somebody like Joseph Smith, who claims to be a prophet of God. His followers, even to this day, expect him to be the most morally sound person on earth. And this creates a feedback loop of moral relativism. Joseph is called of God, and while he is a man who makes the mistakes of men, God works with imperfect people perfectly to accomplish God's plan. Therefore, it follows that anything that Job does can be excused because God would never pick an immoral man to be his prophet. The more immoral things that Job does, the more that excuse is implemented and the more people turn a blind eye to his conduct. This mentality creates the fallacious narrative of Job being a reluctant polygamist or something, right? While he was repeatedly raping teenagers. He didn't want to have so many wives, but an angel appeared to him with a sword and told him that if he didn't take all the wives, he'd be killed. The same narrative appears when we excuse his blatant, tyrannical, and revolutionary ambitions. Oh, the theocracy that he wanted to build was Zion, the New Jerusalem, and anybody opposing him are enemies to the kingdom of God. Now, he may have done some things that, flaunted the laws of the land, but that's okay because he was following the higher law of God. No, that mentality, that perspective doesn't fly here. Joseph Smith was an immoral man. He was a monster, and he needed to be stopped. Unfortunately for American history, the person who usurped the throne was far more monstrous than Joe ever dreamed of becoming. Emmons concludes his introductory essay with a specific example of abuse of the law, the case of Joseph Smith's distant cousin Jeremiah Smith. In Emmons' summary of the situation, quote, It appears he, Jeremiah Smith, is a fugitive from justice for the offense of procuring $4,000 from the United States Treasury at the city of Washington under false pretenses. A bill of indictment was found in the District of Columbia against him and a warrant issued for his arrest. The Marshal of Iowa Territory got intelligence of his being in this place, meaning Nauvoo, and procuring the necessary papers for his arrest, proceeded to this place in search of him about 3 weeks ago, end quote. The marshal discovered that Jeremiah Smith was under his cousin Joe's protection, and he ordered Joe to turn Jeremiah Smith over. Joe pretended to not know anything about it. The marshal threatened to call out the Dragoons, which is a division of the Illinois State Militia, and search the city, but Joe said, no, that's not necessary, and that he would produce the prisoner if the marshal agreed to give Jeremiah a hearing on a writ of habeas corpus. So the marshal agreed, and the Nauvoo Municipal Court, Joe's Banana Republic court system, heard the case and ordered that Jeremiah be released. A federal judge got wind of this and ordered the marshal to rearrest Jeremiah, and he was successfully rearrested, but Joe repeated the procedure and again got Jeremiah Smith released on a writ of habeas corpus and ordered the United States to pay the court costs. The arrogance, the audacity of this guy. But he was king. He was prophet, priest, and king, and he was a despot. And in response to this situation, Emmons wonders what kind of a precedent such conduct sets, especially as Joe, who had repeatedly enjoyed the privileges of this same process. Quote, "If such an order of things is allowed to exist, there is every reason to believe that Nauvoo will become a sink of refuge for every offender who can carry in spoils enough to buy protection." End quote. Traditionally, habeas corpus was only supposed to be used for judging the validity of the writ, but the court at Nauvoo was using it to, quote, "inquire into the merits of the case and allow the prisoner to swear himself clear of the charges. If his own oath is not considered sufficient to satisfy the adverse party, plenty of witnesses are ready to swear that he is to be believed on oath." End quote. This, Emmons argues, was a clear abuse of justice and demonstrated the need to repeal the Nauvoo City Charter. And witnesses on Joseph Smith's or any of his friends' behalf could always be produced. This was the first place in the Nauvoo Expositor where it mentions repealing the Nauvoo Charter. This was a source of debate for Illinois politicians of the day. The Nauvoo Charter that John C. Bennett had pushed through the Illinois legislature provided incredible powers to the Mormon leadership. Since it went into effect, dozens more ordinances had been passed, greatly expanding the powers held by the church and government authorities because they were the same people. The only option remaining was to revoke the charter. What that meant for the Mormons was unknown, but the possibility of this had been voiced from the pulpit by Joseph Smith multiple times as being the greatest injustice the Mormons could suffer, often hearkening back to the Missouri Mormon War and drawing parallels in order to incite fear of government oversight and mobocrats or revocation of any of the municipal powers of Nauvoo. The most acute realization of the expanding powers of Nauvoo was the memorial to Congress sent in late 1843, to which the majority of the Nauvoo Expositor publishers appended their own names as signatories. This memorial claimed that Nauvoo was a sovereign territory, but that darn U.S. Constitution forbade territories being organized within boundaries of states, so Congress obviously never responded because why would they? However, the arrogance exhibited by even drafting the memorial in the first place, let alone sending it with hundreds of signatures attached, revealed how out of control the Nauvoo Empire was becoming. The Nauvoo Charter is what set these dominoes tumbling in the first place, and revoking it was the first step in pulling the rug out from under the legs of this powerful Mormon leadership and bringing the empire into compliance with federal and state laws. To cut to the punchline, after the deaths of Joe and Hiram, the Nauvoo Charter was repealed, which incited multiple migrations of different groups of Mormons to different states out of Illinois after the Battle of Nauvoo. Emmons' introduction in the Nauvoo Expositor wraps rather anticlimactically with an open-ended question about allowing these abuses of power to continue. This introduction, however, provides a really interesting window into the trajectory of the Nauvoo Expositor had it been allowed to publish more than one issue. As editor and non-Mormon, it seems as if the publishers granted Emmons certain latitude to expand the scope of commentary about Nauvoo to whatever he deemed kind of like the de jure outrage at the time each issue was published. Alternate history where the Expositor press isn't burned and Joe is never taken to Carthage and the Prophet's presidential campaign ran its course through the rest of 1844. It creates some interesting questions as to what the Nauvoo Expositor would have covered every week and how it would have grown and kind of evolved with the dissenting church in Nauvoo gaining popularity and a larger following. And we can only speculate as to what the content of the 2nd, 3rd, and 33rd edition of the Nauvoo Expositor would have contained. Unfortunately, we'll never know. The newspaper also did include some interesting commentary on materials that were published in connection with Joseph Smith's presidential campaign. First, there's a letter from Joseph Smith to Henry Clay, another candidate for president. Quote, Smith charges Clay with shrinking from the responsibility of promising to grant whatever the Mormons might ask, end quote. And then he summarizes his own political views. In Emmons' summary, quote, one is for the general government to purchase the slaves of the South and set them free, that we can understand. Another is to pass a general uniform land law that certainly requires the spirit of interpretation to show its meaning as no explanation accompanies it. Another, which no doubt will be very congenial to the candidate's nervous system, is to open all the prison doors in the country and set the captives free, end quote. Now, Emmons sort of laughs off these policy suggestions, coming as they do from a minor candidate with, quote, 2 indictments against him, one for fornication and adultery, another for perjury, end quote. But another item from Joe's campaign pamphlet that Emmons finds amusing is an excerpt from his campaign pamphlet, which is titled Views of General Joseph Smith, which was actually ghostwritten for the Prophet by Double Dub William Wines Phelps. Phelps had a tendency to write a lot of gibberish full of really obscure literary references, and the view of the views of the General Joseph Smith, it was certainly no exception. Here is a sample of what Double Dub Phelps wrote. Quote, Martin Van Buren and his majors have such a striking resemblance to the anecdote of the Welshman and his cart tongue, that when the Constitution was so long that it had allowed slavery at the capital of a free people, it could not be cut off, but when it was so short that it needed a sub-treasury to save funds of the nation, it could be spliced. Oh, granny, what a long tail our puss has got. As a Greek might say, hysteron proteron, the cart before the horse, but his mighty whisk through the great national fire for the presidential chestnuts burnt the locks of his glory with the blaze of his folly, end quote. It doesn't mean anything, right? Emmons kind of dryly comments on this nonsense that electing Joseph Smith president will apparently usher in a golden age, quote, in which a prophet only can tell whether Granny's cat has a long tail or not, or whether the Greek's cart will be before the horse or otherwise. The Constitution, we presume, will be as long as the Welshman's cart tongue, end quote. In other words, Emmons is like, what the hell are you even talking about, Joseph Smith? And what's interesting is, like, this was worthwhile commentary, as many outlets, including Thomas Sharp's Warsaw Signal, had made absolute hay with Joe's presidential pamphlet. But once again, the Expositor wasn't a political paper. It was an anti-Joseph paper, and commenting on his presidential pamphlet kind of walked that line of being political without actually engaging in politics, right? On a similar political note, though, the newspaper also includes an editorial from Francis M. Higbee, one of the publishers, in which he calls upon the people of Hancock County to defeat the Mormon candidates in the upcoming election, including Joseph Smith for president and Hiram Smith for state legislature. In voting for Joseph Smith, quote, "You are voting for a man who contends all governments are to be put down and the new one established upon its ruins," end quote. You're voting for a man who told William Wines Phelps in Missouri that he had come to the point of resisting all law. Quote, "You are voting for a man who refuses to suffer criminals to be brought to justice, for a man who stands indicted and who is now held to bail for the crimes of adultery and perjury. Joseph was one of the blackest and basest scoundrels that has ever appeared upon the stage of human existence since the days of Nero and Caligula," end quote. And if you vote for Hiram Smith for the legislature, then you, quote, "are supporting Joseph Smith, for whom he," meaning Hiram, "goes teeth and toenails," end quote. So what does Francis Higbee claim that you should do instead? Quote, "Let us arise in the majesty of our strength and sweep the influence of tyrants and miscreants from the face of the land, as with the breath of heaven. Call into the field your best men under the solemn pledge to go for the unconditional repeal of the Nauvoo Charter, and you have our support. Whether they be Whig or Democrat, we care not. When a friend presents us with a draught of cool water, we do not stop to inquire whether it's contained in a silver vase or golden urn or a long-handled gourd," end quote. So basically, this is like the vote blue no matter who movement of the 19th century, right? A vote for anyone but Joseph, and we'll get the Nauvoo Charter repealed and the world can go back to normal. Doing so, however, provided a bit of a rock and a hard place for many movers and shakers in politics, right? Joseph Smith was so deep in the blood of Illinois and even federal level politicians that calling on the voters to oppose Joe made it tough to balance the Mormon voting bloc with the weight of non-Mormon or anti-Mormon constituents. Any politician advocating for the repeal of the Nauvoo Charter instantly placed themselves into the enemy of the kingdom camp, and they were guaranteed to never get a single Mormon vote from that point forward. However, if enough non-Mormon voters would show up to the polls and overrule the Mormon voting bloc, it was better to curry favor with those voters. Add into this the complexity of Joe's political platform of abolition and annexation of Texas and Oregon. If a politician was running in opposition to Joseph Smith on grounds of his overwhelming power, they could expect to be painted with the broad brush of opposing his political platform as well, which was tough because a politician could hold largely the same views as Joseph, but running as his competitor, which may create false impressions about their own platform because Joseph Smith's views of the government was more widely distributed than other presidential pamphlets. You see, Joe being so deeply intertwined with politics made that political calculus quite a challenge for other figures in power or having ambitions for power during this controversial 1844 election cycle. The Nauvoo Expositor also included some news items concerning court proceedings. Now, the Circuit Court of Hancock County had just ended its session. During the session, 4 cases in which Joseph Smith was defendant had been transferred to another county. 2 of the cases were for false imprisonment, 1 for slander and 1 for trespassing. Also, a grand jury had indicted Joseph Smith on 2 charges, quote, 1 for perjury and another for fornication and adultery, on the first of which Joseph Smith delivered himself up for trial, but the state not being ready, material witnesses being absent, the case was deferred to the October term, end quote. Also, the Municipal Court of Nauvoo had heard appeals on the cases of Robert E. Foster, Chauncey Higbee, and Charles A. Foster. To review, in case you missed the episode about the Higbees a couple weeks ago, on April 26, 1844, Joseph Smith had ordered Marshal John P. Green and Orrin Porter Rockwell to arrest Augustine Spencer, allegedly for assaulting his brother Orson Spencer. Augustine Spencer resisted arrest, so Rockwell ordered the Fosters and Higbee to assist him in taking Spencer into custody. The 3 bystanders, Charles Foster, Robert D. Foster, and Chauncey Higbee, refused to help the marshal, protesting that Rockwell had no warrant for Spencer's arrest. Their refusal enraged Joseph Smith, who then ordered Marshal John P. Green to arrest Higbee and the Fosters for refusing to obey an officer of the law. The three men resisted arrest, and Charles A. Foster drew a double-barrel pistol and pointed it at Joseph Smith's chest. Charles Foster was disarmed before he had a chance to pull the trigger and kill Joseph Smith on the spot, but Foster said that if he hadn't been disarmed, then he would have shot Joseph and considered himself a hero for ridding the world of a tyrant. In response to this, Joseph fined the three men $100 each and then charged Charles Foster with assault and battery. The men appealed the decision, but the final verdict wouldn't be appealed and sorted out in the court system until pretty late in 1844. But the final point of commentary on this entire legal affair is quite rich. Quote, "The cases referred to above afford abundant reason both for complaint and comment. We intend, as soon as our time will allow, to express our views fully and freely upon this future of Mormon usurpation. First, enact a string of ordinances contrary to reason and common sense, and then inflict the severest penalties for not observing them." End quote. If only the printers had time for a second edition to express their views fully and freely upon these legal maneuvers and machinations by the prophet and his cronies. Finally, we turn to the back page of the Nauvoo Expositor. Now, the paper concludes with some advertisements, a song, some news items, and the prospectus of the Nauvoo Expositor, which we read at the end of the last week's episode. Now, these may seem like pretty typical advertisements of newspapers of the day, but there are some interesting features among them. One advertisement was from William and Wilson Law, who informed, quote, "All those who through sickness or other misfortunes are much limited in their means of procuring bread for their families, that we have allotted Thursday of every week to grind toll-free for them till grain becomes plentiful after harvest," end quote. That's super interesting because Nauvoo had a huge problem with sickness and poverty, right? So it's really quite notable that the Expositor's publishers made their own grain mill available for free to those in need. It speaks to the character of these men and the fact that the people in Nauvoo were their friends and their family. It was their community. They merely wanted peace and prosperity in the kingdom instead of the tyranny of Joseph Smith. Another really interesting advertisement was from Lucinda Sagers, who notified to the public that her husband, William Henry Harrison Sagers, quote, "has left my bed and board without cause or provocation, and that no one should harbor or trust him on my account, as I will pay no debts of his contracting," end quote. What was this advertisement about? Polygamy! Of course it was. In November 1843, the 28-year-old William Henry Harrison Sagers had secretly taken his wife Lucinda's 23-year-old sister as a plural wife. When he got caught, he claimed that polygamy was a doctrine taught by Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith, of course, protected Sagers and denied this before the High Council, but the council acquitted Sagers on the grounds that he had been taught false doctrines, which was corrected by President Joseph Smith. Now, the High Council may have acquitted Harrison, but Lucinda didn't, right? Tensions rose between the couple to the point that within a month, he abandoned her and ceased providing any kind of financial support for Lucinda and for their son, Samuel. A few months later, in April 1844, Lucinda appeared before Joseph Smith and the 12 and said, quote, "Inasmuch as you have declared officially that you will deal with all persons who teach or have taught the abominable doctrine of spiritual wives, this is to notify you that Harrison Sagers is guilty of that said sin, which thing can be proven by credible witnesses, and if he is not chastised for it by the church, the law of the land will be enforced against him. H. Sagers left his family in December last. Since such time, he has not provided for them in any way whatever," end quote. Joseph referred the issue back to the High Council, and the High Council basically threw up its hands and said, "We already acquitted him on that, so there's nothing we can do." As for the charge of abandonment, it was, quote unquote, not sustained, whatever that means. Now, what's it's amazing, right? This is not unexpected. Anybody practicing polygamy was one of the boys, and the High Council would do whatever necessary to protect him from legal troubles resulting from the practice. It was, indeed, one of the primary functions of the High Council in conjunction with the municipal court. Finding no satisfaction from the High Council, Lucinda Sagers resorted to the only justice left for her, the vigilante justice of outing him as an adulterer in the Nauvoo Expositor and warning people not to lend him money. It's simply remarkable how much backstory can be packed into one tiny newspaper advertisement that's less than 3 lines in total. Another one of the items on the back page of the paper is an Irish song about a quote-unquote saucy lad who wants to kiss a girl and she tells him no, and then he kisses her anyway because apparently her eyes were saying yes. Unfortunately, the song sort of vindicates his decision to kiss her by suggesting that yes, the girl actually really wanted this. "Alack, he is so sly," she responds to this non-consensual kiss. Now, it is a remarkable inclusion in this paper that's so heavily focused on women being the prey of the church leadership. In some ways, this song reveals the cultural mores of the 19th century, and it's a reminder to women readers that their consent in monogamous courtship is incidental, while the implied premise in the paper relies on the conclusion that female consent in polygamous courtship is impossible. That's an issue I'm not going to wade into here because I've done so many times on the show before and it would take too long. But suffice it to say, the compartmentalization of what constitutes female consent in the Nauvoo Expositor is really pretty complicated. Now, the news items in the Nauvoo Expositor all kind of related to the mixing of religion and politics. One article is a chastisement of the Protestants in Philadelphia who rioted against the Irish Catholic community there. The article suggests that the riots are anti-Republican and religious violence is never justified. And I think the inclusion of this article suggests that one thing the publishers were not trying to do was stir up riots or anti-Mormon violence. A second article decried the religious conflicts between European empires like Italy, Britain, and Russia. Another article described the persecution of Jews in Russia, and yet another described how the mayor of an English village used his government power to suppress the preaching of John Wesley of Methodism. Now, alongside all of these news items about religious violence, religious persecution, religious abuses of government power, were several articles about Mormonism that seemed to put Joseph Smith in the same category as the Pope or as the Russian Emperor. An article from the Quincy Whig put Joseph Smith in the same category as all of these violent Catholics and Protestants. Since the political maneuvers in late 1843, the Quincy Whig took on a pretty strong anti-Joseph tack, and many articles were on par with the Warsaw Signal. In the Quincy Whig article, specifically included in this issue of the Expositor, it says, quote, "The spectacle presented in Smith's case of a civil, ecclesiastical, and military leader united in one and the same person with power over life and liberty can never find favor in the minds of sound and thinking Republicans. The day has gone by when the precepts of divine truth could be propagated at the point of the sword, or the Bible made the medium of corrupt men to gratify their lustful appetites and sordid desires." End quote. If only that day were gone today. The news section also included an editorial from the Upper Missourian congratulating the Expositor's publishers on, quote, humbling the haughty miscreant and self-constituted monarch, Joseph Smith, and exposing his rank villainies with their new paper and their new church. Now, this was a result of the prospectus of the Expositor being published back on May 10th, a month before the Expositor itself was published, and being widely circulated. And look, Missouri newspapers had been extremely critical of Joseph Smith and the Mormons for over a decade. So the Upper Missourian receiving the prospectus of the Expositor must have been music, as they had, they'd had a slew of new articles about the Mormons to publish in their new paper once the Expositor really ramped up production. It's also, it's worth noting here, papers with a headline about the Mormons often sold pretty quickly, especially since Joe debuted onto the national political stage with his bid for president. people eagerly purchased those newspapers, and the prospects of an anti-Joseph press based in Nauvoo created plenty of material for future newspaper articles nationwide. The inclusion of this article from the Upper Mississippian shows us that the publishers of the Expositor were self-consciously aligning them with Republican principles that established a separation between religion and politics and religion and violence. They underscored this in the prospectus of the Nauvoo Expositor, which it also appears in the back matter of the actual Expositor itself. The paper says the prospectus is, quote, devoted to a general diffusion of useful knowledge, end quote. The paper will run for at least a year, and it will discuss all matters of public interest with no preference given to either of the national political parties. But because of their peculiar locality in Nauvoo, the paper's publishers consider it a, quote, sacred duty they owe to their country to decry the gross moral imperfections of Nauvoo's self-constituted monarch and ministerial powers, and to advocate for the unconditional repeal of the Nauvoo Charter by the state, end quote. So in a word, to give a full, candid, and succinct statement of facts as they exist in the city of Nauvoo, and to ward off the iron rod which is held over the devoted heads of the citizens of Nauvoo and the surrounding country. Now, little commentary. For the Mormons, the term iron rod of the priesthood, that's something to cling on to for guidance. Right? It comes from the Book of Mormon. But to the dissenters, an iron rod sounds ominous, like a weapon that threatens American freedoms by forcing compliance to criminal activities. So, in summary, the Nauvoo Expositor stood against monarchy, immorality, and any union of church and state. The prospectus also described what it stood for: morality, the pure principles of truth, freedom of speech, and free toleration to every man's religious sentiments. Once the Nauvoo Expositor was published, it set the kingdom on the Mississippi, Nauvoo, ablaze. Thousands of copies were circulated through town, and copies made their way to the surrounding settlements, including Warsaw and Carthage, the hotbeds of anti-Mormon political party. Other copies made their way to New York, to St. Louis, and all over Missouri, Pennsylvania, and locations throughout frontier America. Now, Joseph Smith had weathered exposés before, right? It started with Obadiah Dogberry and James Gordon Bennett's articles in the 1830s. Then Eber D. Howe of the Painesville Telegraph wrote numerous scathing articles and the first book-length exposé titled Mormonism Unveiled. Then the Missouri Democrat covered all things Mormon during the Missouri Mormon War. After the settlement of Nauvoo, Thomas C. Sharp of the Warsaw Signal made Mormonism a mainstay in his constant repudiations of the growing power of the Mormon Empire. John Bennett's expose caused a meltdown within the kingdom, and Joe was forced into hiding for 6 months after it was published. The Nauvoo Expositor, however, was different. Never had an opposition journal come out of a recently organized competitor sect comprised of Joe's closest advisors who had just been excommunicated and starved out of resources for months. The timing had never been so crucial. Never were the nation's eyes more turned toward the Mormon Empire than when Joseph was running for president and his public image couldn't suffer a blow like this. We're animals, right? We respond to stress and stimuli in relatively predictable ways. Joseph Smith may have been the man sitting atop a massive empire, but he was also caged. He had constructed his public image, and the facade could only withstand so many blows before it came crumbling down. And as we'll see in the coming weeks, it wasn't as much the threat of what the Nauvoo Expositor printed as it was fear of what it might print in future issues, which motivated the prophet's actions throughout June of 1844. I opened this episode saying that when people talk about the Nauvoo Expositor, rarely is it not in the same breath as the deaths of Joseph and Hiram at Carthage jail. One event leads directly to the other, and when gripped by a state of uncontrollable fear, Joe made a rash decision which cost him his life, but preserved his legacy as a martyr. We'll be getting into that in the coming weeks. But the fact remains, he had to be stopped. Joseph Smith was a dangerous man. He caused unbelievable pain and anguish. His decisions led to the deaths of hundreds of people from starvation and sickness alone. The religion he created is responsible for conquest and genocide. And he would have been at the helm of those atrocities had he not been assassinated in June of 1844. The judgment of a dangerous person should be assessed just as much on their intentions and ambitions as their actual accomplishments. Something had to break. The constant escalation of the Mormon movement, whether in politics, religious control by the hierarchy, economic inflation, and depression caused by the credit economy of Nauvoo, perceived signs of the second coming, whatever, all of these factors contributed to an escalation within the Mormon movement, which was answered by escalating fears of conflict by the outside communities. Something had to give. Someone had to break. Something would be the fault line, because escalation like this doesn't simply resolve with everyone having a reasonable conversation and letting bygones be bygones. The increasing threat of the government revoking the religious privilege enjoyed by the Mormons through military force, the increasing number of so-called anti-Mormon papers lobbing increasingly scandalous accusations at the leadership, the increasing dissent growing in the ranks of the church leadership. These increases feed each other and result in a tired, starving, and weary community looking forward to tomorrow when Jesus returns and fixes everything. But he never does. The constant articles in Nauvoo newspapers about riots, pandemics, wealth inequality and poverty, religious abuse, natural disasters, unabated corruption of governments around the world, conspiracies, persecution, and all these terrifying concepts that cause the average Mormon to feel completely powerless results in primal instincts dictating action. These people were forced to relinquish all control of their lives because no matter what happens, they believe they're on the right side of the kingdom of God and the second coming's going to happen any day now. A population conditioned this way never de-escalates, especially when their leaders only increase the intensity and frequency of this narrative to the people. Something had to break. Something has to break. Any human system can only take so much of this stress and intensity before a fracture relieves the pressure. The Nauvoo Expositor rested on the laurels of dozens of exposés that preceded it, but this was the break of Joseph Smith's system. The mad tyrant had withstood events which should have led to the end of his life and legacy, but this would prove to be the end. His luck run out. His power wasn't strong enough. His control too limited. His empire too vulnerable. The Nauvoo Expositor set into motion a sequence of events that resulted in the end of Joseph Smith. This is it, folks. This is the beginning of the end. That does it for our examination of the Nauvoo Expositor. Now, listeners, I know we've been in for a long haul today, just like, well, the good old days of the podcast when this research journey first began. Now, you may be looking at your podcasting app right now and see that we're only a little over halfway through the time on this episode. Well, that's because I have a very special treat in store. But first, for 200 episodes now, I've done my best to become an expert on individual topics in Mormon history, write an essay about them, and then read that essay with citations into a mic for all of you. This week was the first time that I called on an expert in order to help put together the show notes. This research assistant is a longtime friend of the show, and he's back for a few minutes to tell us what he's up to and for me to issue a debt of gratitude. So, Chris Smith, thank you so much for your help researching the Nauvoo Expositor, and thank you for briefly joining us today.
Oh, absolutely. It's always a pleasure, Bryce.
So, Chris, you're currently an independent researcher of Mormon history, a mercenary historian, as some call it. You have a very particular set of skills. So how are you using those skills lately?
Well, I am in the process, hopefully, cross your fingers for me, hopefully of getting hired as an adjunct professor at the University of New Mexico. So,
oh, wow. That's awesome. Okay. Fingers officially crossed.
Yeah, that would be really great. Yeah. I've sort of been like half promised the job, but also there's like bureaucratic loopholes to jump or, hoops to jump through. So we'll see what happens with that. I also have written a couple essays recently on Mormon treasure hunters in the mid-20th century, which has been a lot of fun. I mean, absolutely wild and crazy stories.
Mid-20th century.
Mid-20th century, yeah.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I know that there's that old speculation of like a mine down by Nephi, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Most people probably have heard of the Dream Mine. What most people probably don't know is that there's a whole tradition of like dozens of these dream mines throughout all of Mormon history.
I cannot wait to get to the Utah era.
Oh, yeah.
Also, the field of Mormon history, it can be pretty scant for resources unless a person is working for the church, right? But I hear it's pretty hard to get a job with them, especially if you're not a believer. But word around is that you also kind of have your own publishing project in the early stages. Can you tell us a little bit about that as well?
Yeah, I've got a couple things that I'm working on. One, I am producing a couple of podcasts. One is an investing podcast called Wall Street Petting Zoo, and another one is called Dreams from My Brain, which is my dream journal. Basically, I'm going through and podcasting entries from my dream journal. I also am hopefully going to be publishing my book this year that will be on the Mormon conquest of Native American lands and peoples in Utah. So that's the publishing project. And then I also am going to try to produce like recorded video versions of my courses that I'll be teaching and sell them on udemy.com, which is like an online university for $15 a pop. So keep an eye out for all of that stuff. And if anybody wants to keep updated on that, they can follow me on Facebook or Twitter.
Awesome. And that's the place where people can find you if, maybe even if they need a little bit of, Mormon historian heavy hitting like, I needed for this week. That's where people can find you. Chris Smith, Facebook and Twitter. And of course, listeners, you'll find a link to that in the show notes, both his Facebook and Twitter pages. So Chris, thank you so much for your help this week. And of course, thank you for talking to us for a few minutes and providing a window into what the life of a Mormon historian mercenary is like. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Bryce.
We aren't done just yet, dear listeners. A few weeks ago, we set a new goal to put on a Mormon history-themed Dungeons & Dragons campaign with yours truly as the game master. If you don't know what D&D is, well, if you grew up in the 80s, it's the surest way to summon a demon in your parents' basement. Or, for rational people, Dungeons & Dragons is a role-playing game where the game master creates a universe and players interact with that world. Setting a goal isn't good for much unless we have an idea of what that goal looks like when it's accomplished. So, if you want to learn how to help us accomplish this goal, listen to the very end. And without further ado, I present to you Session 1 of Zion, run by myself and played by my good friends Marie Kent and Tanner Barker. Please enjoy. As you heard in the introduction, listeners, we are beginning our first session of Zion. I hope everybody's excited to join us in this universe of early Mormon history through the lens of D&D 5th edition. But of course, I can't play this by myself, so I've invited a couple of friends. I have my friends here, Tanner Barker and Marie Kent. Hello, both of you.
Hello.
What's up, Bryce?
All right, Tanner, let's start with you. Who are you? How do we know each other? How long have you been playing D&D?
So, I'm Tanner. We met each other because I am a very avid Naked Mormonism fan. So I just kind of
Blessings.
Comment on your stuff every once in a while. I discovered Dungeons and Dragons through the Adventure Zone and just got really excited to play a 5e campaign. And for whatever reason, I decided that Bryce would be the right guy to reach out to get that started. So I reached out to Bryce, and he and I joined a couple of remote campaigns. I've been playing for, what's it been, like 4 months, Bryce, I think?
It's been closer to like 8 or 9 months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it has. Yep.
Nice. So
time kind of flies when you're having that much fun.
We've got like a baker's year under our belt, I think.
Or a Barker's year.
A Barker's year.
Awesome, and that's as long as I've been playing D&D as well, and I believe it was you who introduced me to Adventure Zone, which is, if listeners haven't heard it, it's a fantastic D&D podcast. So, yeah, well, welcome to the campaign. It's awesome to have you, man.
Thanks, Bryce. Yeah, Mormon-wise, I was born and raised, served a mission, all of that stuff, married in the temple. My mission? Oh, it was in the exotic Colorado, Denver South mission. So Rocky Mountain speaking.
Wow.
All right.
Right. Left the church probably like 6 or so years ago.
All right. Very cool. And Marie, what are you doing? How do we know each other, and how long has it been since you played D&D?
Oh, my gosh.
How long have you been playing, I should say?
Yeah. Well, I met you, Bryce, when I took over my Book of Mormon podcast about 4 years ago when this is airing.
Wow.
Yeah. And so I was raised Baptist. I didn't know what a Mormon was until about 2014. And then I started listening to this little show. This guy named David Michael was reading straight through the Book of Mormon, and I got hooked. And when he got a new job and had to leave, I took over, and I was like, Bryce, I don't know you at all. Let's do a show together. And you're like, yeah, let's make it happen. So we did.
And we did. Absolutely. Yeah. And 4 years later, here we are doing a different podcast together.
So my knowledge of Mormonism is so deep when it comes to the text and the history. And if it comes to modern day, this is how we Mormon, I got next to nothing. So I'm good with the history. Good with that. And I played Dungeons and Dragons in college, and I played it more than I went to college or worked.
Okay.
I am not exaggerating. I was part of a campaign that went on for, I think, 3 years, and it was a solid 20 to 50 hours a week that we played. Yes.
Wow.
And to give you a sense of how old I am, we started with 2nd edition, and then we're very excited when 3rd edition came out.
Okay.
And I haven't played since 2004.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
So never tried 5e.
That's back when Satan was in control of all of your like dice rolls and everything, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. And when your character died, you killed yourself, as is tradition.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then, Bryce, I'm also
lich.
just wondering which one of us should take up smoking so that we get a nice low voice like David Michael.
I think that should be Marie.
Oh my God. I gave up smoking, though. I can't start again, but I want to, but I won't. Yeah. So that's my experience with the D&D. I currently listen to several actual play podcasts, but they're all Pathfinder. And so, like, I am very familiar with the mechanics, but I'm going to have to be corrected a bit by you two who actually know how to do 5th edition, which is very similar and yet different than Pathfinder.
Well, okay, so let's also just kind of introduce, because this is kind of essentially playing out a session 0, a little bit of metagaming, as well as session 1 that we're doing today. So I want to say right off the bat, if there are D&D pedants out there, we're going to be doing a lot of homebrewing here, partially because this is an audio medium, but mostly because I think it's more fun to kind of adapt the rules of D&D for playability instead of like sticking really hard to the letter of the law, right? So, hard rules and stuff about lore, about the different races, and a bunch of like overarching D&D lore, that's really not going to have much place here. And mostly just because I don't want like 100 tweets saying like, that person's a sorcerer, they can't use cure wounds. I don't care.
That's why you get a wand and use magical device. Come on.
There we go. That's more like it. However, if we do mess up stuff like combat encounters and stuff like that, hey, let us know. I'm pretty inexperienced as a DM. I'm going to mess stuff up. And I hope that everybody's just kind of willing to bear with the three of us as we kind of navigate this adventure together. So with that in mind, kind of the homebrewing mechanics of this, we're not going to be doing like survival checks or worrying about consumables like meals, ammunition, or like spell ingredients or anything like that. Because frankly, I feel like it just wastes time and takes away from the playability of it. But I know that there are, a lot of D&D players out there who are real sticklers for the rules. We're just not playing by those ones. Also, this is a really collaborative storytelling effort, so I'm going to be awarding unique combat maneuvers and unique role-playing accordingly. And Marie, this may be new to you, but 5th edition has an element called inspiration points, and that's basically a point that I can give as the DM to the player, and you can use it to basically re-roll a specific roll. You can use it at any time to re-roll it. And inspiration points are basically gifted if you do something that's particularly inspirational. So I'm looking forward to seeing how those kind of factor into this.
It's just that feeling when it's Fast and Testimony Sunday and you know that it's your turn to grab the mic. That's inspiration.
That's right.
Oh, praise
you kind of like
Father.
Shamble up there. But also there's no such thing as a right or wrong decision in this world because, it's a complex world, but every decision does have consequences. And the tapestry of Mormon history that I'm putting together here is pretty vast. So there's a lot of characters that are in most ways grounded in real historical characters. And everybody that is available to you, everybody you interact with, has something on their mind, or they have an errand to run, or they want something. So it's really going to be up to you two to kind of interact with this world and to make consequential decisions that are going to affect other story elements further on down the road. However, this is all kind of grounded in Mormon history, right? So major events are going to transpire, and the storytelling will play out based on how you two interact with those events in Mormon history and where you choose to be as those events are happening. But for session 1 here that we're playing today, because there's a lot of groundwork and level 1 characters are really fragile, our first episode or two is going to be, it's going to feel a lot like railroading, but after that, the world's going to really open up for the two of you to kind of play around and discover as you please. A little bit more on homebrewing. D&D is usually set in like medieval era or like futuristic apocalyptic era or something like that for weapons and armor and stuff like that. But I've played a lot of Borderlands and similar video games, and I have some pretty cool ideas about how to homebrew some items. But I'm also totally open to suggestions from listeners, and I'm happy to credit people when they send in an idea for like a super cool gun that has a special effect, or like an enchanted ring that does something awesome, or anything like that. So feel free to, send in your suggestions. Another point about this, because this is based in real history, combat encounters are a little bit difficult to kind of craft. So it's going to be a lot heavier on role playing and becoming familiar with the individual characters. But with that said, I'm going to do my best to create combat encounters that, though they may be infrequent, they're going to be tough and very rewarding whenever they do come up. And also, this is for the listeners. I'm not going to be communicating with the players ahead of time of what I want them to do. Right? Like, this is a colorful tapestry that I'm weaving, and the players are going to make decisions based on what they discover and who they talk to. So just know that I'm not telling the two of you to act in a certain way or to make a certain decision behind the scenes. This is all organic. And, well, it's also PG-13. We might have a couple of cusses here and there just to let everybody know. So yeah, this is a learning experience for all of us. I say we just have some fun and see how it goes. What do you two say, Tanner and Marie?
I say that I hope I roll a lot of natural 20s. That's what I say.
Get that magic sauce rolling early.
Absolutely. Bring it on.
Sounds
all
good.
Right. Okay, so we need to begin the names of your characters.
Marie, what's up?
Well, hello. My name is Samira. No last name, just Samira.
Just Samira.
Yes.
Maybe a last name that nobody has discovered quite yet.
Well, some people have discovered it, but they're not with us right now. I'm here with my friend. Everyone, let's meet our friend. At which I look at Tanner.
My name is Eldon Heimerdinger. Resident convert Mormon nerd.
What? Okay, you got to give us the background of why you chose the name Eldon Heimerdinger, because there's a lot of really niche references in that one.
Very true. So Eldon, I don't have much to say about Eldon other than it just really sounds Mormon. It's got like elder right in there. And it's also like N. Eldon Tanner, and your name is Tanner as well, right? Like, yeah,
that's a pretty deep reference.
Yeah, that's exactly where I got it from. Was N. Eldon Tanner, right? I'm Tanner, so I chose Eldon for the first name. Heimerdinger, you've got to look up. I think there's only like 11 books, so just while you're quarantined, you can pick them up and read them. The Tennis Shoes Among the Nephites series.
Oh, yes.
He's the author of that. He's also the writer, composer, director, producer, auteur of the fantastic Mormon cinema masterpiece, Return to Zarahemla, which is worth looking up, and then looking up the God-Awful Movies review.
That's all that I know of everything you just said. So awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin now that we have a very brief introduction to Eldon and Samira. So the two of you are just kind of walking through town, and you're in the town of Egypt, New York, which is just a few miles west of Macedon, which is a few miles west of Palmyra, where we're going to become very familiar. And you two are just walking along. You've been traveling together for a few weeks by this point. Not really any reason for it, just kind of organically. You tend to get along. And I kind of get the sense that the two of you don't tend to get along with a whole lot of people. So when you do find those certain people, you're like, oh, hey, I can deal with you. I'm not completely annoyed by you. So you two have just kind of hung out quite a bit lately. So Egypt is a very small town. There's a couple of shops. There's a few houses. It's mostly farm country. There really isn't a whole lot to do. And as the two of you are traveling, just walking down the street, maybe looking into the windows of shops, a very young boy runs up to the two of you, and he is carrying a message. Now, this message is parchment. It's not paper, and it feels very, very old. And you hear it kind of crinkle as he just silently stretches his hand out with the parchment in it for you to take it.
Oh, hello, little boy. What is this? What is this paper? Is this ours?
He doesn't respond. He just gestures, holding his hand out further for you to take it.
I take it, and I look at it, and immediately hand it to Eldon. Because
and the little boy runs away.
Eldon, you know that I am very fiercely independent, but are you able to read?
Yes, I can read a lot of languages. Do I need to do investigation to find the language? Or that would probably be pretty readily apparent, I assume?
It's more that I can't read. I was never taught.
It's okay, Samira. I'll read it to you, okay?
If you speak to me like that one more time, I will punch you in the face. But thank you. Please read this.
Samira, that is not the world we live in. You're not allowed.
I know. It's not the world I'm trying to make the world that I want it to be. How many times do we have to have this conversation?
I'm just saying that even 200 years from now, I don't think it'll be okay for you to take the lead on this.
She just stews in rage, but kind of steps back and waits for him to read.
All right, so Eldon is going to hold it up, and he's going to haughtily put his reading glasses on and clear his throat and read whatever we want to read.
So the parchment, you have it in your hands, and Eldon is looking it over, and it is folded. And like I said, like as you are, kind of fingering it, you feel it kind of crinkle, like it's a really old paper, which is kind of unique. But it, once again, it's not paper; it's parchment. So it's like it's thick and it's heavy, and there's some weight to it. And it's folded up, kind of like an envelope, but it's just a single piece of parchment. And there is a black wax seal on the back of it, and it's bearing the symbol of a dove carrying an olive branch in its beak. And you crack open the seal, and you should have the text there.
All right. So, Samira, it says, "You are cordially invited to this evening's meeting at the Palmyra Lodge, number 136. We very much look forward to your company. No signs or tokens will be necessary, and we appreciate your compliance in this urgent matter." So, signs and tokens, that sounds pretty Masonic to me, Samira. What do you think?
It does. Do you think this applies to both of us? Would I be allowed to go as an unmarried woman? Are we going to have to pretend to be married again? I am so tired of having to do that.
Samira, I'm not even sure you're allowed to be talking to me as an unmarried woman right now, or looking at a piece of paper, but I will vouch for you at whatever this meeting is.
The next rabbit I kill, I'm eating all by myself, and you can just go hungry. Again. And I stare daggers at him, slowly reach into the pocket of my skirt. In a menacing
that's
manner.
One way to thank somebody for reading the paper you can't read, and for vouching for you at the meeting we're supposed to attend.
I cannot
whatever.
even. And she just throws her hands up in the air and stomps off a bit, and then kind of walks back. Okay, fine. Let's go.
All right, Eldon's all in. Let's go see what's going on at Lodge number 136.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Palmyra is about 9 miles away. So this is in kind of the mid to late morning, and I assume you make your way straight to Palmyra?
We do, and I do make a point of when I hunt along the way and perhaps kill a rabbit, I take all the choicest bits of meat, and you get just the leavings, man. Just the leavings.
You get a foot and some ears.
Yeah, and not even the lucky foot.
I'm always game for some rabbit sweetbreads.
Okay, so you two head into Palmyra, and Palmyra is a little bit bigger than Egypt. You pass through Macedon on the way, and Macedon is much smaller than Egypt, just one general store and post office together, and just a couple of farmhouses. But Palmyra is actually a fairly large, sprawling farming type of community. There's crops in the ground everywhere. There's trees and forests. There's kind of these rolling hills everywhere. It's a beautiful, quaint little town, and there's one very large church in the very center of the crossroads of Main and North Street. Right there in the center of town. It's obviously the largest building. It's massive. And straight across the street is what you assume to be the Masonic Lodge of Palmyra, Lodge number 136. It is a small wooden cabin. There are absolutely no markings anywhere on it. And there's nothing that describes this as a lodge house, but you can only suspect that because it's the only building that's across the street from the church and it's unlabeled, that has to be the Masonic Lodge. And it's also late evening when you arrive.
Well, do you think we should go in?
Yeah, I kind of feel like Eldon is going to want to say a prayer real quick. Make sure that we're in our right spiritual mind before we go and meet with the Masons. Will you join me in prayer, sister?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And then the instant that he closes his eyes, she just opens hers and stands there and watches him, slowly shaking her head. But he can't see it because she's praying. Absolutely. Hands are folded.
It's like me at my family reunions. I love it.
Yeah.
Same.
So Eldon prays for like a good 7 minutes. It's insane. And then just ends with like the most gaudy, lengthy, boisterous closing in the name of even our Lord, most high and gracious, the one true savior of all mankind, and all of that general conference nonsense. And then, and now I'm ready. I'm spiritually in tune to go and visit the Masons.
Yes, Eldon. Praise be to Almighty Heavenly Father. She is not into it, but she's trying really hard to be polite.
Eldon literally doesn't notice.
This is par for the course.
He's cool either way.
Okay, so the two of you walk into the lodge, and because Eldon made such a grand display of a prayer, whether or not it did any good, I guess, is up for debate. The proceedings have already started, and you're very clearly late. So as you walk in, roll perception checks. First roll of Zion. Let's see what
snap.
we can see in this room.
I'm going to see if my blue or my dark blue dice are better.
God.
Oh, man.
I feel like that's
I rolled.
cheating.
Oh, wait. Sorry. What was it? Perception?
Perception?
Yeah.
So, perception. I got a 9.
I got a 4.
Okay.
Did I detect a 9er?
I rolled a
Okay.
2, you guys.
It's a room, and there's some people in it. You two walk in, and there are 2 empty chairs around a large table, and it looks like they are expecting you. And, you could tell that there was conversation happening as you walked in, and everything went silent, and everybody's looking at you, and there are 2 open chairs.
Well, I go and I sit down, and I just kind of look.
Eldon's going to ostentatiously just be like, we have received an invitation via a young lad delivery service. Here is, I'm presenting our note here of invitation. May I present myself, Eldon Heimerdinger, and this is Samira. She's with me.
She sighs again, and then she's like, "Oh, damn it! I should have." Then she realizes she just swore about sighing loudly, and then she's like, and then tries to be quiet. She is not subtle.
One man stands at the head of the table, and he says, "Yes, please take a seat. Thank you."
All right. I felt like it was like I would be greeted more formally and with something more conducive to my station, but okay, I'll be easygoing and sit down.
That particular, let's just call it attitude, will not be appreciated here. And this person looks over at a young boy standing on kind of the edge of the table. He's not sitting down, he's standing, and you notice it's the messenger boy. And he looks at the messenger boy and then kind of motions to the 2 of you. And this young boy brings a chalice to both of you, offering a sip of like a dark and like a flowery smelling type of liquid that's inside of it.
Is this when I finally get to find out what the punch tasted like in the Johnny Tremaine book? Because I've been wondering since about 5th grade.
Is
Just me? Okay.
I'm sure somebody got that reference.
Johnny Tremaine? No?
no,
Okay.
somebody is laughing really hard. Do we each get our own chalice, or do we have to share?
It's just one chalice.
Oh.
Well,
Okay. I offer it to Samira first.
well, that's good because Samira was
What a
reaching for
gentleman.
it first, and she just kind of looks at it, sniffs it, just smells. Does it smell poisoned at all?
No, it's flowery smelling, oddly enough.
Does everybody else?
It's like a kind of an earthy, flowery smell.
Does
to it.
everyone else have one, or like how many other people are?
It's just one chalice.
How many people are around the table?
So there are, in total, with the two of you in there are 11 people around the table, plus the young boy who's standing on the kind of the edge of the table.
Okay.
But who's currently holding out the chalice, like handing it to you and motioning, like, take it.
All right. So I take it, and I take a drink.
Okay.
Do I have to roll a
All
Constitution check?
No?
Okay. I take a drink. If it seems okay, I'll take another little drink, and then I'll give it to Eldon. Because man, I mean, I'll drink it. Whatever. We've been walking all day.
Yeah, Eldon's gonna throw that back. I chug the rest.
You chug the rest. Okay.
OOC
So-
is Porter Rockwell, like, in the corner, totally turnt already, or?
So the two of you drink it, and Samira, you get it's odd because the drink itself is cool, but as you drink it, it kind of has like a warming effect, almost like a whiskey on the rocks type of effect, but it's not like the burning of alcohol. It just kind of warms as it goes down. Eldon, as you drink it, you get that same kind of warm feeling from the inside, only it's a little bit more intense, right? So the young boy takes the chalice back, and he goes and sets it on a table that's kind of off to the side of the big round table that you all are sitting around now. And the person who interacted with you before says, well, thank you two for joining us tonight. We've let's just say we've been keeping an eye on you for some time now, but why don't you tell everybody your names and, what kind of brings you to our little corner of creation here in Palmyra?
Samira just looks at Eldon very purposely, like, you're going first.
I am Eldon Heimerdinger. I am a seeker, but also very learned in my religion. I have joined up with my friend Samira here because we share similar interests. And as we were journeying through Egypt, New York, we came across a young boy who presented us with a parchment. And since we are eager always to learn, we decided to take the invitation.
Okay,
I'm
and the man
Samira.
looks at you now.
I'm Samira. I'm with him.
That's right. She's with me.
And he just nods. That's it. And he says, let the minutes reflect our new attendees for this evening. Now, as I was saying before our guests arrive, and now he's turning and talking to all of the other people in the room, we need to deal with him as soon as possible, preferably tonight. And when he says that, a teenage boy stands up, pounds the table, and says, he's only 12! You can't possibly know for certain this is the right decision. And the man retorts, the decision isn't mine to make. He's a danger. He's a threat, and we can't let him mature and realize his true potential. The sooner we send him to his creator, the better the world will be. And this person says, he's our little brother! Does the fraternity look kindly on atonement kinship to a brother? Then a slightly older teenager says, Brother, stay yourself. Worshipful Master Lawrence told us the decision isn't his, and we mustn't question the order. Then the younger of the two says, You're just going to let him kill Joey? And the older of the teenager says, It isn't our choice to make, Hiram, okay? And the younger teenager, he looks defeated, and he begins to sob, and he says, he's just a boy. He's too young. And watching this spectacle, the man at the head of the table says, "Are you two finished? The decision is final. You will carry out the matter, Senior Warden Josiah." And then another man at the other end of the table stands up and says, "So mote it be."
Eldon is like freaking out. I feel like he would, I don't know how much influence this drink will have on him, but he would be standing up in outrage and just say, "What is the matter regarding this young child? I had no idea that we were going to be deciding something that is of so much importance tonight."
Samira just grips the edge of the table incredibly tightly with her left hand, and her right hand just goes into her pocket. Very subtly. She doesn't say anything.
The man at the head of the table, you can tell this guy is the Worshipful Master. So Worshipful Master says, "Your input is not valid here. These are conversations that you need to know, but don't necessarily have any input on. And now, as for our visitors here," and he kind of looks around and then, glances back at the two of you, says, "Normally, I'd suspect that Senior Warden Josiah could handle this on his own. However, in case the situation turns for the worst, he's going to need some reinforcements. Will you two assist him? And of course, proper compensation is in order upon success."
Define success, Samira says.
"The child must be dealt with. He must be put out of the way. This is not a decision that comes from me. This comes from much higher up. And we're not allowed to question those kinds of decisions."
I just kind of look at Eldon. My eyes narrowed.
If we're supposed to serve as the executors of whatever the decision of this body is, but not have any say on what the matter at hand is or what the decision will be, I can't consent. I've got to have some more information in order to be able to help you.
The two of you are travelers. You are in let's just say this is the mighty frontier, and we like to have people properly compensated for what it is they are, what it is that we ask them to do. So all that really matters is Senior Warden Josiah needs a couple of escorts, and you two fit the bill perfectly. Will you agree to escort Josiah Stowell and make sure that he does not come into any trouble?
So you just need us to be bodyguards for Mr. Josiah here?
Certainly, just to make sure he carries out his mission successfully.
Eldon, I'm inclined to agree.
I would agree to protect the life of any man who is a man of God. Is this Josiah a good man?
Josiah stands up. He was the one who answered earlier. He says, "I am a man of God, and my morals and beliefs will not be questioned. I am a brother of the fraternity. You can be certain that what I am up to is carrying out the mission of our Creator."
Samira coughs.
Eldon sits down and nods his head. He's cool.
As this interaction is going on, the younger teenager is crying even more uncontrollably right now, realizing what is happening right now. So the guy in the control, the Worshipful Master, says, "Right, our meeting is concluded. You must see our quartermaster Sally, and she'll provide you with the proper tools for the job. Here." And when he says here, he casts Mage Hand and pulls out of his pocket 2 little tokens and hands them to you across the table with Mage Hand. Think of this as, we'll call it a signing bonus. Also, our community is vast and well-connected, and we have lodges in nearly every major city. So if you ever need a place to stay or, you need to catch up on the latest news, you find your nearest lodge, and they'll provide anything that you might need.
I'd kind of look at it. Is it, made of gold or just a little wooden token?
It's a little wooden token, and there's a stamp on the wooden token, but it's so worn that you can't really tell what the initial, like what it was supposed to be, like the engraving on it, the stamping on it. So it's just like a little wooden disc, basically.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Eldon like reached for Samira's token as well, and then kind of pretended like he wasn't reaching for it when she grabbed it herself.
Always so greedy, Eldon. Always.
And the worshipful master just kind of rolls his eyes and says, "Let the minutes reflect the appointment. We are dismissed." And then at that, the younger teenager pipes up again. "Just like that? With the strike of a gavel, the boy's life is ended for no reason?" And the older teenager says, "Hiram, remember your place." The younger says, "But Alvin, Joey doesn't deserve this. He's never hurt a soul." And at this, the worshipful master stands up and says, "Deacon, sit down. You do not understand the forces with which you tamper. Better the wicked be sacrificed than a nation be corrupted by knowledge. Warden Josiah, one final word. Whatever you do, don't let him see you." And Josiah answers, "Understood, Master Lawrence." And at this, the younger teenager, Hiram, just crumbles into a heap in his chair. He buries his head into his arms on the table. He's just sobbing. And the worshipful master says, "We are closed in due form and harmony." And the people in the room begin to file out, some of them kind of whispering under their breath, some of them like amazed that a teenager would stand up like that to the worshipful master. You know, you can kind of hear like hushed murmurs as the people are kind of filing out. And a teenage woman comes up to you and says, "Hi, I'm Sally. Let's chat outside, and I'll show you what I just got in. I think the two of you are going to like it." And Sally walks out the front door. And the two of you are left in the room with the two teenagers and the much younger boy.
Samira looks over at Eldon. "What just happened? How did you just get this job?"
This is some craziness. Can we talk to these three kids real quick? Or do you want to just walk out with Sally?
Is Hiram still crying?
Oh, yeah. And Alvin is trying, to calm him down with absolutely no success.
Without even sitting up, Samira just like her standing up, she just kind of calls across the table, "Hey, Hiram, who's Joey?"
He's my little brother.
What did he do?
They're gonna nothing. He's never hurt anyone. They're gonna kill him. They're gonna kill him. You can't do it.
What?
You can't help them.
Has this entire room been drinking of the what have you all been drinking? Why would you? No, what did Joey do?
He's never hurt anyone. They just said that his potential is too great and that he can't be allowed to mature. I don't know. I don't know. They just said that it's not their decision to make. It came from higher up. I don't know why this is happening. He's never hurt anyone.
Well, what did he do to show potential?
I don't.
Oh,
I don't
Eldon,
know.
This child. He's clearly that he is just too emotional. Come on, let's go follow Sally.
As you're saying that, the older teenager looks up and says, he showed some signs of performing some forbidden arcane arts, and they're apparently worried that he's going to dabble deeper into these things.
Samira's like part way across the room, like heading towards where Sally left. She just kind of stops and looks at him, tilts her head a little bit. Forbidden? Just kind of cocks an eyebrow.
Look, I don't know the details. I didn't see it happen myself. All I know is that they believe that it's better to cut him off now instead of trying to get rid of him later when his power has grown. So they apparently just want to get rid of him now. I don't know. I don't know why they're doing it. And then Hiram speaks up again. They're wrong. They're all wrong. You can't help him.
Hiram. Silence. Joey, what do you have to say for yourself, bud?
And the kid just looks up at you, surprised. Very, very surprised, and doesn't say anything. And Alvin kind of chuckles a little bit, says, That's not Joey, that's Port. That's Port. That's Port. His dad, Oren, had him inducted as the Tyler of the lodge a couple weeks ago. So he's our friend. He's a good kid. He just doesn't really talk a whole lot, you know.
Huh. Hey, Port.
That's Port with a T, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that we were enunciating COVID-19 and internet access and everything.
Hey, Port.
All three of them look at you like, what? Are you an alien or something?
Hey, Port, do you, when you grow up, do you want to have a really, really long beard?
He kind of looks up like he's imagining something, and then he just looks back at you and shrugs.
Well, she is done with these children who clearly have never had anything hard happen to them in their entire lives. They're clearly all just they're exaggerating over, there's no way anyone would kill a child. This is an opportunity for some coin. Eldon, shall we follow Sally?
Yeah, why not? Let's go.
She follows Eldon out properly.
And as you two are leaving, Hiram continues sobbing. Please don't let him. Don't help Josiah. Don't let him kill my brother.
Samira looks back, winks, and walks out.
Okay. So,
Eldon is scandalized by the fact that she winked.
Samira doesn't care.
That's the brown drink talking, not anything else. So you walk outside, and Quartermaster Sally is just standing there with a big grin on her face, and she's a teenage girl, and she's kind of like dressed kind of punky. She's wearing pants, which is unbelievable.
Hell yeah.
It's more unbelievable that a teenage girl would be in the lodge. But the fact that she's wearing pants is just really kind of amazing to the two of you, because this is not something that you ever see before. Mm-mm. And she says, well, thanks so much for, well, let's just say shopping. I'm eager to get a hold of some of those tokens, and I am sure that some of my newest inventory is going to just interest a couple of travelers like yourselves. You want to hear what I got on the block?
Sure. Samira has no time for all this flowery language.
Sally, are you a witch? You have to tell me. It's entrapment if you don't tell me.
I don't know what entrapment means, but we had an item last week that made traps, and it was really great.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got stuff, I'd love to see what it is.
Sure. So Quartermaster Sally pulls out a bag of holding and opens it up, and it's kind of a bag of holding, but it's also kind of like folded and creased so that she can kind of like unfold it, and items kind of like spring out of it as she unfolds the bag, right?
Cool.
So she opens it up, and you see a tomahawk. You see a small wristband with a tortoise shell on it. You see a relatively large sword that seems to be glowing. You see an armband with a little green cross on it. You see a sash, and then you see a revolver. And she says, each and every one of these have, well, let's just say little special arcane touches. So if anything catches your eye, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Tell me about that sword, please.
Oh, this is one of my favorites. This is called the Call of the Executioner. And as she says that, she holds it up, and she's small, and this is a pretty big sword, but she handles it like she has handled swords like this her entire life. And she spins it around and does some cool flourishes with it. And she holds it out to you, Samira, and shows it to you, and you see in the hilt of it is a crest, like a crest with a jewel in the center of it that's glowing with kind of like a faint red glow to it. And she says, "This sword, let's just say, if you aim real well, it does a whole lot of damage." Which is to say that if you get a critical hit, you roll a nat 20 with it, it does twice the damage.
Ah. And what about that tortoiseshell bracelet you said it was?
Yeah, it's a little wristband that has a tortoise shell on it.
Yeah.
Oh, now this is something, and she looks at you, Samira, and says, "This is something that you may really be interested in, and this is one of my favorites." Now, a whole lot of people don't like this idea because they feel like it makes them vulnerable, but hear me out. This is the tortoise shell. And when you push on it, on the little button, it turns you almost invincible, and it makes all the enemies attack you. Which is to say that when you activate it, you can activate it once a day, but it elevates your armor class to 20, and it aggroes you, so enemies attack you with your 20 armor class, but it makes you immovable until you deactivate it by speaking, "The storm has passed."
Oh my god.
So you can't attack while you're in tortoiseshell mode. You can't do anything. You can't move. But everything will attack only you, unless otherwise extremely provoked.
Eldon? Just kind of holds out to you.
I mean, I'm kind of into this cross armband thing. What's the deal with that?
Right. No, this is just your pretty standard medic's armband, which is to say that it adds 1d6 to all healing spells.
Oh.
Eldon didn't even listen to anything else. He just saw the cross and decided that was his object he's going for.
So what were there any other there was a gun too, right?
Yeah, so there's a revolver, there is a swordmaster sash, there is also a tomahawk that has some feathers on it.
What's the sash? Tell me about the sash, please.
Yeah. Oh, no, this is great fun. This is just to buff you up, make you a little bit stronger, a little more accurate. It's a swordmaster's sash, which is to say it adds 1 to all of your melee attacks as well as melee damage.
How much is this? How much for this sash?
Oh, all of these are just 1 token apiece.
I will take the sash, please.
Coming right up. And she hands it out to you, but holds onto it very tightly and holds out an empty hand waiting for the token.
She gives the token up.
Okay. And Sally hands you the sash.
All right.
Yeah, Eldon gives his token, and what's the armband thing called?
The medic's armband.
Medic's armband, okay. Yep.
Same thing. She holds out her hand and holds the waiting for you to hand her the token.
Yep, here you go, Sally. Thanks for not possessing my soul or anything.
And she gives it to you with a little wink and then shakes your hand in a very special grip and says, "I think the two of you are really going to have fun tonight. Good luck."
All right, what was mine called? It was +1 to melee and +1 to attack, +1 to damage.
Yeah, so it adds +1 to all of your attack rolls and +1 to all your damage. And it's only melee, so it's a Swordmaster's Sash.
Okay, Swordmaster Sash, got it.
All right. So Sally then, rolls back up her bag of holding and just kind of throws it casually over her back, looking kind of hobo-ish. She's kind of homely looking already, but you can tell like she only looks homely because she doesn't care what other people think. She looks homely out of a choice, not because of like her circumstances. And she just whistles and skips on down the road into the darkness.
I've never understood people that happy. What do you think? Is she on the drink or on the faith?
No, she's a witch. I covered that. She's a witch.
Oh, silly fool. Witches don't exist.
She's one. We just met one. She's a witch.
No, she's just a regular woman.
No, she's wearing pants like me. She's wearing pants. What else would make someone a witch? Name one person who's a woman and wears pants but is not a witch.
Well, everyone knows that witches are to be burned because I have read your Bible. Have you read your Bible? Well, I haven't read your Bible. I had someone tell me the story about the Bible, that witches shall not be suffered to live. And no one would ever lie to me about something with faith, would they? She just kind of stares at him again. Smears.
I still 60% want to burn her. I'm just saying she's a witch. I'm grateful for this Jesus armband thing, but I still think she's not on the up and up.
As you two are bickering back and forth, the senior warden Josiah walks up to you and says, "So I've done a little recon on the area, and I think I have a way of handling this. You two ready to go?" Oh, and by the way, Eldon, that kind of bigotry shit, that's not cool, man. Just stop talking, okay?
No.
Smear just elbows him in the ribs. Eldon,
I don't know where you come from, but
you invited me, man.
No.
Okay,
Let me be clear.
Here's where
I did not invite you. I'm not even the one who's been keeping an eye on the two of you for the past few weeks. I appreciate the flattery, but that's way above my pay grade. No. I don't know where it is exactly that you come from, but here in the Palmyra area, in the Palmyra Lodge, we're very, very tolerant of all types of races and people and genders. I need you to understand that the things that you say are not very welcome here. Do you understand me?
Well, the sins you commit are fine. You guys do whatever you want. But I'm the one who took on this mission, so if you want Josiah Stoll to get somewhere safely, I'm going to do it my way.
Samira's eyebrows are like all the way up her forehead. She's like, whoa.
So, Josiah says, "You didn't have to agree to this mission. You don't have to act the way that you're currently acting. I don't understand what your current drive is to be old school, I guess, is a diplomatic way of saying it."
Do I think that he's telling the truth? This just feels really weird, looking at Josiah.
Roll an investigation check.
All right. That's just a D20, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, I did a lot better than the 2 there, right? Shoot, what, investigation? Mm-hmm. If I'm not proficient in that, can I still roll it?
Yeah, you just can't roll it with proficiency is all.
Okay, because I don't have that. So just a basic intelligence check. A 12.
A 12. Okay, so you get the impression that Josiah is legitimately disgruntled at Eldon's behavior right now. You can't tell if he's putting on a show or if it's like really deep down felt that way. But you get the distinct impression, anyway, that he is not happy with the way that Eldon is talking about people in general right now.
Interesting. Well, it's also, this is very awkward, and so Samira just wants to move out of this. So, Eldon, perhaps we should just go with Master Josiah here? She sort of looks at him intently.
Yeah, but Eldon is a little bit not on the same page about who's master in this situation. I feel like we just got recruited to escort you, Josiah, safely.
That's correct.
And if you want that to happen, you're coming with us. We're not going with you.
Okay. So, Mr. What is your last name again? I'm sorry. I didn't pay much attention to you because you're not that important.
It's Heimer Dinger.
Right. Mr. Hyman Donger, whatever. So then where are we going?
I would accept Blankenagel. That works just as well.
Josiah isn't smart enough to pronounce that name. So he says, so Mr. Smarty Donger here, where is it that we are going then?
That's a great question. Did you catch that, Samira, where we're going?
Well, all I know is that I'm with you and you're following him.
Okay. All right. That's a good point, Josiah. All right, so here's the thing.
Oh, I can't wait.
I worship Jesus.
Congratulations.
Jesus Christ, the Savior. Okay, gotcha. Right. So that's my number one priority. My number two priority is making sure Samira here is safe and happy. Number three is getting you safe where you want to go. So whatever your priority is, I recommend you respect mine.
So he looks at you. Tell us, by the way, we haven't talked about this at all. What are your physical attributes? What is Josiah looking at when he kind of eyes you up and down right now, Eldon?
I am a mountain dwarf, so I don't think that I selected a height, but they are slightly under medium. I'd say medium rare would be the right way to describe that.
God.
So 5'6" but very, very beefy, very well constituted.
Okay. So Josiah looks Eldon up and down, and then he looks over at Samira. And what does Josiah see when he eyes Samira up and down?
Well, Samira is tall. She is human. She has slightly dark skin. And she is she's dressed very plainly, very femininely. But as she moves, she's like, I think she's solid muscle. Like, she is definitely ready to take you down, but she's trying to downplay it. She's just very tall. 6'1".
So Josiah, Samira is taller than Josiah. Eldon is shorter than Josiah, and he looks up and down, and he grins a little bit, and he says, Mr. Donger, are you sure that Samira needs your protection? He kind of chuckling under his breath.
Samira's just standing there,
yes.
Hands in her pockets.
She's a woman. She's a woman. So yeah.
You can just see Samira smiling very sweetly and pointedly at Josiah.
So Josiah understands this is a conversation that's far deeper than what we have time for right now. And he sighs and he rolls his eyes and he exchanges eye contact with Samira and just kind of nods. I feel like Josiah and Samira have kind of like a deep interconnection moment right there. Like, I get it. I see what's happening.
They're on the same wavelength. It's fine.
Yeah. So Josiah now takes this kind of as the opportunity to lead the pack of three, as it were. into kind of detail what his strategy is to the two of you and describe kind of how he plans on carrying out his mission. And so he talks to, by the way, he's totally done dealing with Eldon now. He's only talking to Samira. And he,
this is very surprising to her. This is not how it normally goes, but okay.
So he looks over at Samira and says, so as best as I can figure, from a little bit of I kind of know the farm. I know the area a little bit. Joey's going to be coming out to feed the cattle tonight. And I think the best opportunity to accomplish the mission is to stealth, hide away in the tree cover that's just on the edge of the Smith property. And I think I think that's our best opportunity. I think it's probably best if you stay close to me and we have Eldon a little bit behind us just to make sure that we don't get snuck up on, or if shit goes real bad, I assume we're probably going to need Eldon here. But I'm pretty sure that you're going to be able to handle anything that happens.
Well, obviously,
does that sound good?
Eldon is better used as a lookout, so yes, that makes sense. Now, can you tell me a little more about Joey? His brother indicated that he had some dark arts, perhaps, was happening. Can you tell me some more? Because we must root out evil that is in the world.
Samira,
obviously.
I appreciate you, wanting to have some kind of idea of what your mission is. I mean, it sounds almost very soldier-like. However, I'm on a strictly need-to-know basis, and that means that you're on a strictly need-to-know less than I do basis. This is not my decision. This is only my mission. I am just here to accomplish the mission that was given me by our worshipful master, which I honestly don't know who gave him the mission, but all I know is we got to take care of this kid.
Well, of course, I understand the need to know, but if this boy is going to unleash a pack of demons at us, Eldon, how would you feel if a pack of demons was unleashed by a child towards us? That would be against our Heavenly Father, right? She just kind of looks at him again, like, go along with here, buddy. Come on.
Eldon's been reading, not necessarily paying attention, and so he's just like, demons, huh? What's going on with the demons? We can defeat demons because Jesus.
Yes, that's Josiah. Master Josiah. You were about to tell us more about the demons that Joey could summon.
I said nothing of the sort. I don't know where you got that from.
He's in the dark arts, so I assume that's what it means. Oh, is that not it? Tell us more.
I don't know how else to put this. I don't know. All I know is my mission, and my mission is to stop this boy from realizing his potential, and that means killing him. We got to kill this kid, okay?
Wait. Did you understand that to be the mission, Samira? We're going to kill somebody?
No, I believe the mission was we were going to protect Master Josiah here, which is why we're trying to find out what will be attacking us.
Which is going to be Joey then?
Look. Okay,
so what was it that Joey was going to attack you with?
I need you to understand something. Okay, my mission is to get rid of this kid. Your mission is to protect me at all costs. That means that we are aligned in the mission of making sure this kid goes away forever. And it's only going to take one shot. And when he does that, when he says that, he unholsters or unshoulders his rifle and, mounts it and kind of pats it on the breech and says, "My old faithful here it's all it takes is one shot, and we're going to deal with it, and we will be gone before the family even realizes that something happened."
So, I mean, douchiness aside, Eldon trusts Samira like 100%. So he's just kind of looking at Samira. He's game for what Samira's going to do.
Samira does not give a single crap what Eldon thinks about her. She just looks at Master Josiah and says, I understand. And then since he has, I'm assuming this is her plan. So I'm going to tell you what I want to do, and then you can tell me why I can't do it. So if he's got this gun all, ready, propped, tripod, whatever, she will be standing right next to him. But when he's about to fire, she would knock the gun. And so the gunshot would go wide.
I mean, that's a really cool plan. If our players are ready to proceed and see how this plays out, we will see how that goes.
That's what it is. Because then that's what she's doing. Because she is going to do her job because she's going to get some coin. And I'm just now realizing we didn't ask how much coin we were going to get, which is a real error of a noob who hasn't played in 16 years.
I feel like it's $1,200 per person for the next 4 months. That's what Congress said.
Oh, yeah. I think that'd be
good.
Great.
It's nice to have a real solid number on that. Hope it passes.
So I'm looking forward to my 1,200 gold. I should be arriving from my bank account tomorrow.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's my plan.
Okay. Yeah, Eldon.
Yeah, do you share that plan with Eldon? Does Josiah hear you sharing that plan?
No.
How did that play out inside the Zion universe?
I think in the Zion universe, Samir just kind of looks at Josiah, Eldon, back and forth, and then says, "My job is to protect you, Eldon. We are going to protect Master Josiah. Because that's our job." And then she just kind of parks it right by his shooting arm. And sort of stands there, pulls out, and she just puts her hands in her pockets and says, "Eldon, keep a lookout."
Yep, Eldon instinctively kind of takes position behind them so that he can offer support.
So what are you two? Like we have to walk.
Are we there?
We have to walk to the farm.
Right?
Oh, why are you standing so close to me, Samira? Whatever. Let's go. It's this way.
I thought he was coming over here.
No, he begins walking, kind of not on a road or anything, just kind of a direct path through the woods. And you don't know what direction he's going, but if he gets out of eyesight, you're going to lose him.
Is he out of earshot? As he's
he's 10 strides away, now 15 strides away, now 20 strides away. It's very dark. He's heading into the tree cover.
So as soon as he's like as far away as... Sorry, I thought we were already there. My apologies.
I didn't clarify that. That's my bad.
That's okay.
Eldon can see in the dark up to 60 feet, so I think we're cool.
Samira cannot. So as soon as... I think Samira will be following Eldon and sort of whisper her plan to him hoping that Master Josiah can't hear her.
Are you two coming already? Kind of hollers back over his shoulder.
One moment, Master Josiah. And,
no time to waste!
Yeah, so then I'm hoping that I can whisper my plan to Eldon.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll a stealth check?
Yeah, let's have you roll a stealth check against that. Yeah. Josiah isn't old enough to have lost his hearing yet.
Now, I'm being sneaky about it, I swear. So is that... what would that be?
There's a stealth skill.
Stealth skill?
Yep.
So if I would just make a... stealth skill would be a dex check then?
That's correct.
Oh, I hate myself. I'm a terrible roller. I rolled an 8.
Because he is far enough away, I'm going to give him disadvantage on it. And he just keeps walking.
All right.
All right. So Eldon's cool with it. I nod my head and move forward And I kind of indicate the direction that Josiah is, since he knows that Samira can't see.
Got it.
Okay. He's still walking. Are you walking behind him?
We're following.
He's nearly out of eye shot.
Yep, we're following.
Okay. So the three of you kind of blaze a trail through, not blaze a trail, it's kind of a path, sort of. It's not a road, really. It's just kind of like an area where people frequently walk through the woods. And you, as you keep walking, you notice that Josiah is crouched behind a tree, and about 60 to 80 feet in the distance is a relatively small log cabin, and there's a fence kind of bordering the tree line where you guys are standing behind the fence. The fence is in between you and the barn. And you see there's various livestock out and about. It's a beautiful, beautiful night. It's very dark. The moon is not out right now. So you're just walking by, Eldon's dark vision and a little bit of starlight. But really it's very, very dark. It's hard to see, especially for you, Samira. It's hard to see anything that's going on around you or to see what might be nearby. But for you, Eldon, you can see that there is a building out in front of you. The two of you can kind of see that there's a little bit of firelight in through the window. There's not much of activity, but you do hear some kind of quiet conversation, kind of like evening table talk conversation going on inside of the cabin.
Okay.
And Josiah posts up behind a tree, and he pulls out Old Faithful and gets prepared.
Samira positions herself near his gun, but near him. It just happens to be near his gun. And puts her hands in her pockets.
Eldon casts Shield of Faith on Samira. So she's
what does that
+2. Shimmering field appears and surrounds a creature of your choice, granting it +2 to AC for the duration.
All right, you do that. I'm going to make you make Samira roll disadvantage on stealth check because it's really, really dark, and that's a shimmering shield.
Okay.
Oh, maybe don't do that then. Wait till combat starts.
Yep.
Who's
Putting it back in my
to say
pocket.
combat is about to happen? What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm just a woman. I wouldn't know. Sorry.
Walking fine lines of in and out of character right here. So, all right, Josiah, everybody's got to make stealth checks. Make sure that they can hide in the woods here.
5.
Natural 20.
Nat 20 on a stealth check.
Boom, boom, boom.
All right.
So good.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I thought it was a 2. Nope, it was 20.
You burned through one of your 20s, though. You're going to need it later. Oh, well, whatever. It's all good. All right. So Josiah doesn't stand behind a tree. He just stands there and points his gun at the house. He just stands there. And some time passes. A bit more time passes. Conversation continues going on inside of the cabin. It's getting later and later. Y'all have been posted up for, quite a while. It feels like hours. It's probably only been, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, but it feels like a really, really long time. And you're just kind of posted up waiting. Samira is super stealthed. Eldon is not stealthed, but he's kind of further back from the two of them, away from the cabin, and that's just kind of
Eldon's humming
situation.
Onward Christian Soldiers.
Samira takes a pebble and chucks it at him. Shut up! And she's readying an action for when it looks like Josiah is about to fire. That's when she'll knock the gun.
Okay. All right. Any other time passers? Any other preparations, or just chilling, waiting for time to pass?
Oh, just standing there with her hands in her pockets.
Eldon?
I'm light on buffs for now, so I think that's what we can do for the time being.
Okay. All right. So the three of you are just chilling, and
one thing I want to do is Master Josiah the one that did Mage Hand and like wafted the tokens at us?
No, that was the Worshipful Master.
Worshipful Master, okay.
Yeah, Josiah is a senior warden.
Okay, well, I don't know what that is. What's a senior warden?
Doesn't matter right now.
Okay, does he look like he has anything, say, magical or, exotic or something on him that would make me be like, oh, this is what he can do? Like,
all you can see, I mean, he's a standard dressed farmer looking guy. He just has a sniper rifle.
Oh, a sniper rifle.
Yeah,
like
I mean, it is
like an old timey sniper rifle.
It's a ye oldie. I mean, like it's the predecessor to the Kentucky long rifle. I mean, it's just an octagonal barrel old, a single shot muzzleloader type of flintlock gun. So
okay, all right, thanks.
Eldon's getting a bit weary about just making sure that Josiah's on the up and up, that he's acting on his own volition, that he's safe and happy, and he's going to touch his shoulder and cast Identify. So if you touch an object, if it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties, blah, blah, blah. But then if you instead touch a creature, throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. So I'm just trying to see if he's under the influence of something else.
Does Josiah know that you cast that on him, or does he just feel a touch on the shoulder?
He just feels me touch his shoulder. I'm just reading through it again. If the item was created by a spell, if you...
Are there verbal or somatic components?
So only physical components, but we're not doing components. So range / area is touch. Duration is instantaneous. It doesn't look like he can detect the spell, just my touch.
Huh. Okay. You touch him on the shoulder, and he looks back at you, and you catch his eyes. The two of you are making eye contact, which is weird because based on the conversation that you and Josiah have had before, he kind of doesn't like you, but he doesn't really want to deal with you, so he hasn't really paid much attention to you, but now he's locked eyes with you. And he's just a dude. He's just a dude.
Weird.
All right.
Okay. I don't like it, but she's still standing there.
The eye contact makes Eldon feel things.
Feel things in his Heimendonger?
My Heimerdinger. My Heimerdinger is on high alert.
That's Elder Heimerdinger. And at that, Josiah feels a little something, and the corner of his lip kind of turns up in like a half grin. So he's just a dude. He's just a dude, and he's doing his duty. He is doing what he believes to be the right thing. And he continues aiming his rifle, just standing there in between a couple of trees, standing there, pointing his rifle at the front door. And
so that little moment, Eldon is 100% just completely on board for the mission. Like he's not worried about trying to fool anybody. He's just going to protect Josiah, make sure he does a good job with whatever he's trying to do.
Okay. And Samira, your plan is still as is?
Still as is.
Okay. The front door to the cabin opens, and I want the two of you to make perception checks.
This is going to be gold already, I can tell.
Okay.
That's not good.
8.
I got a 12.
12 plus anything? Just 12?
I got a 10 plus 2.
Okay.
So a dirty 12.
So what steps out of the cabin is what looks to be a boy, 11 to 13 years old. And he steps out carrying a bucket. and you see him just kind of casually step out of the door. He's dressed very raggedly. He barely has enough clothing to cover most of his body, and it's all very dirty, covered in holes. His shirt doesn't have any buttons to hold it together. It's just kind of open, showing a very scrawny and what looks like an underfed body underneath. And he's very pale. He looks almost sickly, but not. You kind of catch a little glimpse in his eye of he seems to be a happy kid, about 11 to 13 years old, and you don't know much about what the situation is, but make an insight check. Both of you make an insight check to see how you feel about this kid.
Okay. Ooh. Insight. Well, good thing I rolled well. 17.
Okay.
Yeah, I got an 18.
18,
Ooh.
17, and 18. Okay.
We're very insightful.
So, Samira, you see this boy, and instantly your heart is filled with compassion and fear. You see somebody who is somebody who is not well kept for, and you hear enough of the voices that are inside of the house that there's a lot of people inside of this very small house, and this kid is clearly not well fed. He's neglected. You can tell that he's not doing well, even though he is kind of carrying a smile from the conversation that he was having with the family inside. You instantly feel kind of like an urgency, a sense of urgency of like, I got to protect this kid. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on, but I got to protect this kid. Mm-hmm. Eldon, you have a different impression. You see this kid and you know for a fact there is something deeply, deeply wrong with this kid. There is a huge problem with this kid. You don't know what it is. You don't understand why you're getting this feeling, but there is a pit of despair in the bottom of your stomach right now, and all you can think about right now is making sure that that child is not around when the sun comes up. You have a very deep instinct. You don't know if it's coming from your God, or if it's coming from a hunch, or if it's coming from the conversations that you had back in the lodge with Alvin and Hiram versus Worshipful Master Lawrence. You don't know where this feeling is coming from, but you very deeply and clearly feel like seeing this child, you're looking at something very deeply wrong and evil.
This kid's a witch.
What does Josiah do?
Well, let's see how this. Oh shit. Okay. So as little Joey steps out of the door, the smile drops from his face, and he immediately looks around. You don't know why, but he instantly looked like he just saw a ghost. He is on high alert, and he's trying to figure out exactly what's going on because it's really dark outside, and he's a human. He doesn't have dark vision. But you really want to know. He is clearly scared. Something is very weird, and as this happens in a matter of just a second, 2 seconds, and you see him change, like he's startled, like he's scared, like the hair on the back of his neck is raised up, and immediately he looks over at Josiah and sees Josiah pointing a rifle at him. And Eldon, you rolled a 5 stealth?
Yep.
He also sees a dwarf standing behind Josiah, and Josiah fires his rifle.
I had it ready to action. I feel like this is an initiative roll because I was going to move that thing as soon as he was about to fire.
We are not in official combat yet, so
come on!
As he fires, you can take your action.
Yeah, my action was to push the gun so that the shot goes wide.
All right, so he pulls the trigger, and you sense his trigger finger pulling and the lock on his rifle collapsing on the flint, and push the barrel rifle, the rifle barrel, and it fires. And you see there's a wagon on kind of the far end of the house, and you see the bullet crush into the back of the wagon, and wooden splinters go everywhere. And make perception checks, both of you.
I've been doing so well on my perception checks too.
Sweet.
God. 4.
18.
18. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a real, I think the real problem here is that Samira hasn't mentioned that she needs glasses. That's very clearly what's going on.
She probably shouldn't have had such an attitude about me taking out my glasses then.
Whatever, 4 eyes.
Glasses are real expensive back now.
I know.
Okay, so Joey is gone.
What, you mean like disappeared or he ran away?
He's not there. He's just not there. You push the rifle out of the way and you look back at where he was standing and he is not there. He is just gone. And Eldon, you rolled a what?
18.
18. Okay. You watch the whole thing unfold, and you notice Samira had to look at the rifle and look back, and Joey is gone, but you noticed he vanished. He's not just gone. He was standing in a place, and then he was no longer standing in that same place. He didn't run. He didn't hightail it. He didn't run back in the house. He's just not there anymore.
Okay. I don't know if this can pile onto that same perception check, but did he blink? Is he in another plane, or is he invisible?
I don't know if there's a what the role would be for this, if it would be an investigation or probably an Arcana check. Yeah, roll an Arcana check.
All right. I have a +6. Oh shit. I rolled a 1.
We're the best team ever. I can't see. You can't. No, it's just. Oh.
Okay. He vanished. I don't know what else to tell you. He's not there anymore. But based on the fact that you're a cleric, you know that there's clearly some magic going on here. You don't know what kind of magic. You don't know where he's gone. You saw him vanish. There's some magic going on. And as you watch this event transpire, Josiah looks up at you, Samira, and says, "Why?"
That child.
Fix on that same target. Josiah, fix on that same space. Fire again.
What?
It's just a child. He needs to be protected.
You don't understand. You don't understand what you just did. And as he says that, Joey comes back. But it's not the same Joey that you saw with, raggedy clothes and smiling and kind of happy-go-lucky carrying a bucket. This Joey is different. This Joey reappears and he is levitating. And he is now moving away from the front door. And you see cast around him a very thin, opaque shield as he is levitating and moving towards you. And he's not the same looking young boy. Now he looks larger. He looks stronger. He looks healthier. And there's a blue light emanating from him, from his head to his foot. He kind of has like an aura, like a glow around him. But the most interesting part of this, and it's quite a spectacle to see, is there's a certain element of this that is absolutely terrifying, because he's looking at all three of you, and his eyes are glowing with blue energy. Whatever little boy walked out of that door is not the same little boy that is now levitating towards you with an opaque shield around him, and it's time to roll initiative.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Jeez, do you feel a little bit like you're north of the wall right now, Samira?
Well, I feel like someone who rolled a good initiative. That's what I feel like.
I feel like someone who rolled a 9 initiative.
Okay.
Oh, no.
What do we got?
I got a 15. I'm sorry, no, a 16.
Okay.
I'll wait here, guys.
Yeah, you always want your caster to go last. Definitely.
I just need to finish the 4th verse of Onward Christian Soldiers, and then I'm ready.
Okay, so Samira, you are up first. What do you do?
First thing I do is I pull both my reach into my pockets, pull them out, and out of my right hand is now a scimitar, and in my left hand is a small dagger.
I like Samira. That's awesome.
She's got like the fighting stance, and she looks ready to go. I do not feel good. Samira does not feel good about this, because there's now a levitating child with blue glowing eyes coming towards us, and also Josiah just fired a gun, and I pushed it away from, what is that? And so she just waits for somebody to come in range. She's not going to attack, but she's ready to defend.
She's so readying an action, I assume then?
Yeah, I'd say readying an action. If anyone attacks her or Eldon, she will fight back.
Okay. All right. It is actually now Eldon's turn.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Eldon's turn. How far away is mother fathering Joey?
He is levitating towards you. It's about an acre lot, and the cabin is in the middle of this acre lot. He's levitating towards you, I would say probably 40 to 50 feet, coming towards you pretty fast. He's not running, he's flying at you.
All right.
And to be clear, brief gaming moment pause. Both of you roll perception to see exactly what is happening right now.
Damn it.
I mean, I'm just saying that I rolled a natural 1, is all that I'm saying.
I rolled a dirty 10. This is cool. I'm really pumped right now.
I can't
Samira,
see for crap.
Samira has an action ready, but because it's dark at night and she's human, she's also confusing some starlight with the Joey that is kind of coming across the field towards the three of you. But Eldon, you roll enough of a perception to see that Joey is targeting Josiah. He's not focusing on the two of you as much as he is going for the person who just fired a gun at him.
Okay. I am going to touch Josiah again and cast Resistance, which is a cantrip. And so he gets a D4, and he can add that to any saving throw that he chooses for the duration.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so conflicted. I don't know who to attack. Oh, God. Oh, I do not like this.
It took every fiber of my being. Sorry for the testimony verbiage there, but it took every fiber of my being to not attack Joseph Smith just now.
Yeah. Samira does not know what to do. She's waiting for somebody to attack her or Eldon.
Okay. It is Joey's turn.
Hey, I still have movement. Sorry. I cast Resistance on Josiah, and I stand in front of Samira.
In front of me?
Yes.
Whoa.
Okay.
What? All right.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So it is now Joey's turn. And Joey... Joey continues his movement. He continues to move towards the two of you, and the three of you, and now he is close enough that you can see he is honing in on Josiah. He doesn't seem to be paying any mind to the two of you, almost like he doesn't know that you exist. He is honing in on the person who fired a gun at him, and he is very intent on causing pain, inflicting suffering on that person. You can see the magic that is lighting up his eyes are focused, pointed directly at Josiah. And he vanishes again.
Oh, freaking invisibility. All right, is it my turn again?
He immediately comes back, but he doesn't come back alone. He comes back
salamander
with some friends.
Nephi.
2 salamanders and a letter.
And
Hoffman.
So he comes back.
He's an alchemist.
We'll find out. He comes back, and there are 3 figures that now appear at his flanks. He has a very, very large, to the right side of him, a very large blue horse. It is this same blue arcane magic.
What?
It is a blue horse that is glowing. The same arcane magic is glowing out of its eyes, and it has a black mane and a black tail, and it's massive. It is amazingly taller. Its shoulder height is taller than you, Samira, which is to say it's a big damn horse. Next to that horse, to the horses to the right of Joey, to the left of Joey, is a wolf, a very, very large wolf. And this wolf is glowing the same magical blue glow. No eyes, just holes of blue glowing arcane magic. And it's the size of a grown human. It is as tall as you are, Samira. It's this massive, massive wolf. And then in front of him is a warrior, but this warrior is the same blue glowing energy, but it doesn't have a face. It's just pure arcane magic, and you can see it wielding this massive magic battle axe that's over its shoulder.
Oh.
And now all 4 figures are coming at the 3 of you. And
the
now
dude can summon creatures? That's not good.
Now it is Josiah's turn. And he he readies his rifle, and he fires his rifle at Joey, and it just dings off the shield. It just dings. There's no effect, and it makes kind of like a rock hitting water, like a still pond water, like a kind of a rippling effect from the shield. And the shield goes slightly less opaque. And now it's back up to Samira.
I'm going to move in front of Josiah, and I hate this. I hate it. Because I'm uncertain, I'm just holding up both of my swords. Oh God. But she's basically also just saying, oh no, ah, brother, slowly coming towards her. Yeah.
Just gonna stand guard and ready, I assume?
Yeah, I am, yep.
Okay.
So if they get close enough to attack Josiah, well, as soon as they enter my threatened square, I'm going to attack whatever gets there first.
Okay. All right. It is now the horse's turn, and it It makes a mad charge at Josiah, and...
Okay, so I attack that bad boy.
Okay. All right.
Nice. That's where it comes in. Nice. I like that.
Oh,
good work.
Yeah, I bet you do like that in theory. Uh-huh. Yep. What is mine to hit here? Okay. Okay. So if it says a +4 to hit on mine, like whatever I add, I just add +4. That's just for unarmed strike. But what is it for with my weapons?
So after you achieve a successful hit on it, you add 4 to the damage.
Oh, okay. So,
but she still adds proficiency to the attack roll.
Oh,
yeah,
proficiency.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm just translating for Pathfinder the 5th Ed. So that would be a 4. I rolled a 2.
It's 4.
I have issues.
That hits. Okay, horses, you're fine. You hit him.
All right. So,
yeah, I'm sure its AC is 4.
Because you are standing between the horse and Josiah, it hits you with a 12. Is that a hit?
That is a miss. Bing!
That is a miss.
My
nice.
armor.
Okay, so this horse, it charges at you, but you kind of, Samira kind of braces herself and shoulders into the horse, and the horse rams its head into your shoulder and kind of glances off the side and looks a little bit dazed. And that was the attack. All right, so next it goes to Eldon.
Okay, and so... the horse is close by. It's the closest object, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got the horse closest. I'm gonna throw an axe. Is Joey within 20 feet?
Yeah, everything is within about 15 to 20 feet. Not within direct melee range. Everything is close enough for spells and for ranged attacks to be very effective.
Okay, I'm throwing a hand axe at Joey.
Okay.
I've got 17.
Okay, that you throw the axe and it tumbles through the air and it hits the shield that is around Joey and it sticks into the shield right where his head is. It sticks into the shield, but it does not penetrate all the way through the shield. But the shield goes less opaque. It becomes more translucent.
Okay.
Okay. Do we need to roll damage against the shield, or that's the effect?
That's the effect of it.
Okay. So then, I am going to sidle up just kind of next to Samira, and that's my turn.
Okay, it is now Joey's turn. And Joey... What does Joey do? Joey now realizes that all three of you are a threat, and he casts Magic Missile.
No!
He does... that is 3 damage.
Okay.
Now it is the turn of the warrior, the faceless, blue, glowing, magical warrior that just looks like a spirit. It doesn't have like mail. It doesn't have armor. It doesn't have any physical, like tangible looking objects. It is just a conjuration, and it runs up to Josiah and makes an attack. And it does not hit Josiah, so it swings its ethereal battle axe at Josiah, and he quickly rolls to the side, kind of in a crouched position, and readies and aims his gun at the warrior. And that is all it does. Now it is the turn of the wolf.
Oh
and
my God.
The wolf, from the left side of Joey, it immediately dashes at you, Samira, and It wants to bite you. It tries to bite you. Melee attack.
Do you remember how I should have put resistance on Samira instead of throwing my axe?
Yeah, I do. I didn't want to judge at the time, but yeah.
That's a 19.
Oh, that so totally hits me.
Okay. Let's see what we got for damage. That's a 7 damage.
No.
That's a strong bite.
Ooh, Samira's not looking great.
Samira bloody or just not looking great?
She's looking bloody. She's still up fighting.
I wanted to throw an axe at Joseph Smith.
Don't we all, honey? Don't we all?
And now it is Josiah's turn, and he casts Hail of Thorns on Joey. And Joey saves, so he takes... Oh, come on. Can you take half a point of damage?
Nope, minimum of 1.
Rolled a 1 for damage. Ugh.
Joey takes 1 point of damage, I guess.
All right. Round up. We rounded up.
All right, and it's back up to the top with Samira.
All right, clearly Joey is Samira's been around enough. She knows that when there's so many summoning things, when you get rid of the summoner, that's when all the other things disappear. So she's going right for Joey. So she's gonna move up. She's gonna attack.
Okay. What's she attacking with? And roll for attack.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. All right. So she is attacking with her scimitar. 16? She says question mark?
That hits.
Yes. All right. So then because I have 2 weapon fighting, does my dagger also hit? Or do I need to roll a separate attack for that?
Is that how that works?
I don't know.
So my understanding, which obviously is subject to actual accuracy.
Yeah.
But my understanding is if you pass the first attack, then that hits, and then you get your action, which is your attack, and your bonus action, which is your second attack.
Yeah, okay.
So you roll your dice for the second one, but you don't add your modifier.
Okay.
For damage.
All right.
But we can hang tight until our DM approves.
Yeah, there's also...
I'm looking it up right now.
So it says, when you engage in 2-weapon fighting, you add your ability modifier to the damage of your second attack. So I'm wondering if it means that you hit with the first one, but then, just your ability modifier is the second attack? That could be one interpretation of it, but that just feels real weird.
We may have to leave that to a listener to clarify exactly how that works. But for now, so yeah, roll your attack. When it succeeds, then I guess you roll your damage with the modifier for both attacks. Is that right?
It seems like it's the opposite of what I said based on what you read.
Yeah.
That it's that you roll damage on the first attack and then the second one gets the modifier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me roll the second one. Let's gut check it and see how my second attack would do. Because I feel weird.
And then avid listener Matt Mercer will tell us whether you were right or not.
Yeah. Okay.
We can
so
dream.
I rolled a 12 for my second attack.
12 for second attack. That does not hit.
I didn't think so. Okay, so let's just say that I only hit once with the scimitar. Scimitar is D8.
Yep.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
No, sorry. It's 1d6 plus 2.
Okay, 1d6 plus 2. All right. Ooh, I rolled a 6 plus 2, so that would be 8 points of damage. Oh, wait,
Okay.
9 points of damage because I'm wearing my Swordmaster thing.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
Way to remember your weird shit.
So.
Hey, so would a 13 have hit?
Well, meets it, beats it. So that does hit. I guess the second one would hit it. I guess we can retcon that attack.
That's lame. I feel like I forgot it. I should have remembered it. So we'd already moved on. So I'm going to say hands off the chess piece. I didn't get the second attack, and next time I'll freaking remember it.
That's right. You got that sash. Can't forget the cool items.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the second attack hits, and what it does do is the scimitar, you stab it through this fairly translucent shield, and you break through the shield.
Yeah.
And you just scratch him, basically. You just the shield. It feels like you're almost trying to stab through like a non-Newtonian fluid, where like you're adding energy into it and it's more resistant. And you just kind of scratch him on the side underneath his rib cage.
He has freaking DR, doesn't he? He has DR.
What's DR?
Damage reduction.
Oh, he has some really cool shit. Okay, so now it's back up to the horse. All right, so the horse, after having attacked you, Samira, and kind of deflected off of your shoulder piece, it is super mad that you just attacked its conjure, and it's turning around and trying to attack you again.
Bring it.
And that's an 8.
No.
That does not hit. Okay.
No.
Sweet.
So it attacks you, and tries to run at you, but apparently the blue arcane magic coming out of its eyes is just a little too blinding, and it just kind of runs past you.
You know,
It's just sort of just doesn't even glance off you. It just misses, totally whiffs it. And now it's back down.
Samira does a dank shoulder roll.
And now it is Eldon's turn.
All right, so Cure Wounds on Samira.
Oh, thank you. She looks, one might say, half dead, half alive.
Bloody is the
okay, bloody.
verbiage for under half HP is bloodied in 5e.
Yeah, I'm bloody.
Okay, so that is 7, 8, 10.
Oh, thank you. I am back up to full health. Woo woo. Yeah. Much appreciated.
And just in case I'm not there, I'm going to just sidle up next to Samira again.
Okay. Now it is down to Joey. And he's going to cast Thunder Wave. And that requires a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, you make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, man. Not my strong suit. I got a 9.
Oh, yeah, I got a 5.
All right. Oh, all right. Here we go. That is 13 points of damage to everybody. Josiah doesn't even save. Everybody takes 13 points of damage.
I am very glad I got healed last round, or I would be dead. Well, maybe bleeding out.
Eldon is unconscious right now.
Oh, no.
Josiah is also very, very unconscious.
Oh, no.
Isn't it a crit death if it's half again? So, like, if it's what you had left plus half of your HP, that's a full death with no saves?
If that is the rules, we're not going to play by that rule, because he's a 12-year-old kid. He's not quite that powerful.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Now it is the turn of the warrior, and the warrior sees that Samira is the only one who is currently a threat, and the warrior turns and attacks Samira. And swings wildly with the axe at a 13.
Just miss. Just glances right off of her.
All right.
Right off her armor. She's like, does bobbing and weaving. She's so cool.
Okay. And it is now the turn of Josiah. And
Is he still up?
okay.
Did he stabilize or is he bleeding out?
He's unconscious right now.
You get 3 chances to save in 5e.
Okay. Jeez. All right, so my turn?
Yep, Samira's turn.
Okay, if I try to stabilize or like try to assist Josiah, I'm gonna go after Joey again. I sure am.
Okay.
God, do I have no.
Samira casts Fireball.
I cast Black
Sunbeam.
Tentacles and they pull him down.
Samario.
Okay. All right.
Do you hear me? I said Samario.
That took a bit.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody got it.
I had to ruminate for a second.
Yeah, okay, so 16 to hit again? That hits, right?
That hits. Yep, that hits.
Okay, and then for my second... I'm going to roll my damage first. I'm going to see what happens. Oh, God. So is 3...
Yeah, God, what are you up to, man?
7 points of damage.
Okay. You once again you swing at him and the opaque shield it's like it's trying to swing through cold butter. It's really hard to actually attack, and you swing at Joey and he kind of twists a little bit to the side as you're swinging at him, and you make a pretty significant gouge on his left knee. It's a significant cut.
Oh yeah.
But he's still doing okay. He's not covered in blood. He just has some blood trickling out.
Hit him right in the fever sore.
So my next attack, for my second attack, 15.
That hits again.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So what's the damage on a dagger? So D4.
I think it's 1d4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me look real quick.
Minimum damage. So, but I get +1 for my melee, so that's 2. Oh, and then I add my ability modifier to the damage of the second attack. My ability modifier is +2, so 4 points of damage.
4 points of damage. Okay, that is that's even interestingly enough, it looks like it's more of a hit, more of a scratch that it did more damage to him. You strike through this shield and it hits him on the clavicle, and the knife doesn't just scratch, but it kind of embeds a little bit into his clavicle and as you swing through this shield and pull the dagger back out. And he's
take that slashing damage.
Joey is enraged. He lets out it's not the scream of a 12-year-old child. It is otherworldly. It is a shriek. It is a banshee's scream. Like, it's not coming from him, but it's coming from the sky. It's something you have never heard before. It's just this horrible, horrible noise. And now it is the horse's turn again.
Oh, God.
All right. The horse, it charges, but it doesn't charge after you, Samira.
Huh.
It rears back up on its hind legs, and as it comes back down on its front hooves, it runs at Joey.
Yeah.
And it runs straight into him and punches straight through the shield and knocks him 15 feet back, and he lands on the ground and takes, let me see, what is that? Okay.
There's got to be another caster somewhere.
Okay. He is not happy. He has now a fair amount more blood on him. Not looking good.
Or they're fey.
Now it is the turn of Joey. And he is going to cast Magic Missile again, but he doesn't cast it at you, Samira, or at Josiah, who is currently bleeding out and unconscious. He doesn't even cast it at Eldon, because what happens is the warrior and the wolf see Joey on the ground, and they all turn towards him, and they all begin running at him, trying to attack him. All three of his conjured creatures here begin attacking him. So he casts magic missile at all three of them as they're bearing down on him. And there we go. I gotta just keep track of everybody's damage here. Okay, and now it is the turn of the warrior. And the warrior is just running straight at Joey, who is currently prone on the ground, trying to figure out exactly what is going wrong, why this is happening, and it brings its axe down on him, and the axe plants into the ground next to Joey. It doesn't actually hit him. It just kind of sticks in the ground like a fence post, and then the warrior just disappears. It's just gone. And as it disappears, it kind of slowly dissipates like smoke being cast away into the wind. It slowly just kind of drifts away, and the warrior is gone, but Joey is still on the ground, and now it is the wolf's turn to attack. And the wolf tries to bite him, and the wolf sticks its face through the opaque shield, and it tries to bite, and nothing happens. It yelps out in pain, and it cries out. And once again, it's this like otherworldly shriek. It doesn't seem like it's coming from the wolf. It seems like it's coming from all around you. It's like the shriek is coming out in stereo. It's a very hard thing to hear. It hurts everybody's ears. Now it's Josiah's turn. Ooh, okay. All right, back up to Samira.
Did we skip Eldon's turn to stabilize? Oh no, you're after me. Sorry.
Oh, no, we did. I went from the horse to Joey, so we did skip Eldon. Sorry, go
just
ahead.
One save. I saved 14, so one save so far.
Okay, that's one save.
Okay. I'm gonna guess that Josiah is not doing so great in comparison to Eldon. Like, which one of them looks worse? Because I want to go, and is it a heal check or a medicine check?
Josiah, I'm unconscious, but I have one success, and he's active. He can still do some damage. I'm just saying...
No, Josiah's unconscious.
He's unconscious?
He's coughing up blood as he's drifting in and out of consciousness. He is torched. He's in real bad shape.
Okay. I'm going to try to do a medicine check on him, I guess, to help him stabilize. Can I do that?
So yeah, it allows you to try to stabilize a dying companion or diagnose an illness. So yeah, you can roll it to try and stabilize. Mm-hmm. And I think that's just on-off. So I think it's over 10 or under 10.
Yep.
Okay. Here we go. I rolled a 10.
A 10. Meets it, beats it. So Josiah...
Okay.
Josiah is conscious, covered in blood, with 1 hit point right now.
But he's not gonna die. That's what I care about.
Okay. All right. It's the turn of the horse. It is going to charge Joey. It is infuriated.
Can I name the horse Mittens?
Yes. Says the GM
for as long as it's going to be around. It's actually named Chuck, but it doesn't really matter a whole lot.
Chuck Romney, though, right?
So it charges into the barrier that is around Joey, and it knocks him further. It hits him. He's still prone. He hasn't been able to stand up, and it knocks him further away. And woohoo! It does a bit of damage, and Joey is now head to toe covered in blood and remaining prone. He got knocked another 15 feet back by the horse charge, and you see he is overcome with confusion, and when the horse hits him, the barrier around him becomes almost completely translucent. There's only a very faint glow around this, and the blue arcane magic that is flowing through him is dimming. It looks like there's a huge a decrease in the amount of energy that he has coursing through his veins. Not only that, but the blood that he was bleeding out from where he was before the horse charged and hit him again, that blood is glowing a bright, bright blue on the ground where he was, but the light is fading in the blood that's left behind. And now it is Joey's turn. Okay. So Joey is going to use his movement to finally stand up, and he is going to cast Firebolt at the horse.
Oh.
And let's see. That's a ranged attack spell. Oh, yeah, it hits. Oh, it hits.
Oh, man.
Okay. Okay, so he lets out a cry of fury and casts Firebolt, but it's not from his hands. Instead, he opens his mouth as he's letting out this banshee scream, shit. And it casts a bolt of fire out of his mouth and explodes through the horse, and the horse just immediately disintegrates into nothing. There's nothing there. The horse is completely gone.
Okay, is there an area effect?
It's a long channel, but he's like 40 feet away from you right now. So there's
okay, good.
It just hits the horse, and the horse is just gone. It's just gone.
Remember when the mountain cut off his horse's head in Game of Thrones?
I've never seen it.
It's good. You should watch it.
Spoiler. Okay, and now it is the turn of Josiah. Oh, no, he's stabilized. Okay, so...
he's stabilized.
He is going to stand up. Let's see, what does Josiah have? He is stupefied. He is dazed. He hasn't seen what has happened, that the familiars are attacking Joey right now. So he casts Hail of Thorns.
Okay, go ahead.
He casts Hail of Thorns on the wolf, the one remaining familiar around him, the one remaining conjuration, I should say. He casts Hail of Thorns, and the wolf takes... that's not bad. The wolf, it takes damage, and it is now shedding blue light blood all over around it. Its fur is becoming matted with blue light blood. It's in bad shape, but it is still up. It's still attacking. Now we're back at the top with Samira.
I'm going to go over and help my friend Eldon out there. Can I do that again?
I think so. I think a medicine check is just an action.
Yep.
Yeah, you can.
I think she's got movement, action, bonus action.
I rolled a 14, so sure.
Okay. So Eldon, you are stabilized as well. You got 1 point of health. Samira is turning out to be the best healer in the group.
That's right.
So glad I had you along, Eldon. Throw that axe. Get stuck in his shield. That is actually what she's saying as he wakes up.
Sorry I threw the axe instead of helped you out.
I just need a big, strong man around to help me, huh? She just stands up.
I don't think that's correct. You've proven me wrong in every way.
And Josiah says, I thought that was going to take a lot longer. Oh, good job, Samira.
Let's fuck up the patriarchy.
Excuse you, I sliced
Samira.
the patriarchy. She just like holds her weapons.
Samira is now Eldon's deity. So now it is Eldon's turn.
All right, so Eldon, Joey's within 20 feet.
He's 40 feet. He's out. He got pushed back by the horse a couple of times. He's in bad shape.
40 feet. Okay. Well, that's not going to work then. Okay, I am going to go ahead and do resistance on Samira. So I need to run up to her and touch her. Can I do that?
Well, I'm right there.
She just
healed her.
revived
I'm
you.
next to
You're like she helped you up.
Okay, so
remember how I'm standing here talking dirt about you?
Yeah, I remember.
About how much
I heard
you
it.
As you're in the dirt?
It hurt my feelings.
You needed it.
Take emotional damage. 1d4.
Take 1d6 emotional burn.
Disadvantage though, because I have a crush on Josiah. All right, so Samira can add a D4 to any save.
Awesome. Thank you.
De nada.
Okay, now it is Joey's turn. And Joey disappears.
Again.
And he is nowhere to be seen. Even the wolf is confused. The wolf is still there. For some reason, Joey is gone, but the wolf is there looking around confused. And the wolf, which is next in the turn, sees the three of you standing there, currently up and alive, and he charges to attack. And he goes after Josiah.
Whoa.
And okay, so he just makes a beeline for Josiah, runs, bounding across. And this wolf is the size of a full-grown human. It's massive. And it jumps at Josiah and pins him down. It pins him on the ground, and he's unable to get up, and it bites at his face. As it bites his face, it dissipates, and it's gone.
Ooh.
It's just gone.
Who's the caster? Or not the caster. Who's the... Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, like I feel like there's another party here that we have not seen.
And Joey is nowhere to be seen. All of his...
Are we out of combat?
All of the other animals are gone. They're not there. He's just not there anymore.
Samira holds her weapons at the ready, looks around. As soon as there's a possibility to say, take a short rest, she's going to take a short rest.
So Josiah turns to you, Samira, and says, now, covered in blood, spitting out blood as he says this.
Yeah.
Do you realize why he must die?
I do. I saw a boy who was in need, who was malnourished. I saw him. He needed my help. But that does not need my help. If you need to take, we need to take him out. I am with you.
You just, I had him. I had him. I pulled the trigger. This shouldn't have happened. Why? Why did you do that? Why? No, you've just killed us all.
Eldon steps in front of Samira.
And as he says that, and Eldon stands in front of Samira, Joey reappears.
Oh.
And make a dexterity saving throw.
Did I get a chance for a short rest?
No.
No.
Dang it.
No.
All right. You finish your sentence after I take a quick nap.
God, why do my...
I got a 7.
I mean, I rolled the d20. You said dexterity?
Dexterity saving throw.
6 is not going to do it.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
Samira and Eldon get baptized.
Wow. Okay. So, oh man. So here's how this resolves. That's a crazy roll. Okay. So Joey appears, but he doesn't appear just next to you. He doesn't appear around you. He appears above you and casts Thunderwave as he's falling in between all three of you.
No.
And as he does that, Josiah, being the fleet-footed sniper that he is, dives way out of the way behind a tree and doesn't get hit by the Thunderwave. But all right, here we go.
Oh god.
That is 7 damage, and where is it?
Ooh.
Okay. Ooh. And Joey takes 8 fall damage.
Joey does, and we do too.
Joey landed in between or in the middle of the three of you. He takes 8 fall damage. And casts Thunderwave as he's hitting the ground, which does the damage to all of you.
So I'm at -2.
Yep. I'm out.
Okay. Josiah, standing behind a tree, and Josiah looks and sees there's nobody there. There's where all 4 of you were just now. There's nobody there. There's no familiars. There's no Joey in a shield. There's no Samira. There's no Eldon. There's nothing. Just the empty night sky. Josiah
That's not right.
doesn't know what just happened. He doesn't know where you are. He is dumbfounded as he's coughing up blood. He doesn't understand what happened. And for Eldon and for Samira, it's just black. It's just blackness.
Eldon, I think we're in outer darkness.
Eldon
Samira,
can't hear you.
I feel like we're an
Samira can't hear you.
hallucination.
You can't hear each other. Neither of you can hear each other. You don't see anything. You don't see each other. You don't see Joey. You don't see anything. You can't communicate. You can't move. You can't do anything, but you just are. And it's not that you are conscious. It's not that you are somewhere. It's that you just are. And both of you see a light opening up above you. And even the description above you doesn't make a lot of sense in this place that you are, because it's just pure blackness and you just are in the blackness. You just are the blackness. You are one with the darkness around you. And a light begins to open up somewhere in this ever-present darkness that you are. And the two of you see this happening at the same time. And as this light opens up, you see above you what looks like a nightmare. It isn't human. It isn't any race that you've ever known. It isn't what even looks like a figure that is real or that exists, but there is something within the light. It's part of the light. It is coming from the light. You don't know what this is, but all you feel is the dichotomy of the blackness that you are, of the darkness, and then the light ever present somewhere around you, and you don't know what is happening. And what emerges from this light opening up in the crevice is this entity, and words cannot describe this entity, but I'm going to do my best. It is massive. It looks like it is the size of a planet. It is a huge, huge entity. And if you can see what looks sort of like a face on this entity, it almost looks like a spider, or like a predator, or like some kind of featured thing. It's not a human face. There aren't eyes the way that we see 2 eyes in a human skull. There are thousands of eyes on what looks like the face of this thing. And the face of this thing looks like it's the size of a continent. It's massive as it opens up into this white light. And it has tentacles coming off of this entity, and they wrap around and they move very, very slowly because of the massive scale of these things. They're just huge, and you feel like you are nothing in comparison to what is emerging out of the light of this thing. And the two of you become conscious. Your body forms out of the darkness to be what you are. And you don't have any damage. You're not hurt. You're not bloody. You're perfect. You're in a perfect shape. You're in perfect form. And there's a little 12-year-old Joey standing in front of you. And all three of you are looking up at this entity. What do you do?
That's what she says.
Eldon kneels and just says, "Speak to me."
The entity begins to descend from this lightness down to where the three of you are standing. And there's not a floor, but you're just you're floating, but standing, but present, but not. But you're in this area, you're in this place, and you're now corporeal. You feel your body around you. You have a sense of proprioception, and you see Joey look up at the entity, and he looks back at the two of you, and he smiles. The most comfortable, happy smile you have seen on the face of a little 12-year-old boy. He is beautiful. His eyes flash with a glint of happiness and joy and peace. And he looks up at the entity and begins to laugh. And he looks back and sees you, Eldon, kneeling down, saying, "Speak to me." And he laughs really hard. He laughs at you, and he's just amazed. He's happy that this is happening. He's laughing so hard, and you don't know why, but he's just laughing as this entity becomes closer and closer and closer, descending down upon all three of you, and he's just laughing.
Samira is also shaking her head and making a disgusted look at all this. Nope. She is not down with this. But she's silent, just shaking her head.
Eldon's weeping. He's in
what kind of weeping? Joy, fear?
Full President Eyring weeping. Out of joy.
Okay. This entity, it's once again, it's just inconceivably massive, and it sees all of its eyes just turned down to the three of you. And why don't both of you make a Constitution? You know what? No, let's. Let's have you make a nature check on this.
Okay. Nature check. Do I have
17.
I'm so bad at this. God, why could I ever? 4. I swear I'm not trying to roll garbage.
Okay, so Samira is looking up at this entity and just perceiving it, just seeing it. But Eldon, you are filled with so much joy. You have never been this happy. You have never been this ecstatic in your life. You have never seen anything like this before. You have never been in this existence. This is the most beautiful thing you have ever seen in your entire life. And this entity descends down and it draws together a set of its tentacles to form a humanoid figure in front of you. And this is a very small androgynous figure that looks like a child. And it forms, and it's kind of more of an outline in the tentacles, but it's not really fully human. It's some other entity, but it has a humanoid form, and it says, "We've been expecting you." Hello again, Joey. It's good to see you again.
Oh.
Did one of them speak unto him, calling him by name?
Joey is my beloved son. Hear him. The entity looks at the two of you and says, "I'm not sure how you two found yourself here." And it looks at Joey and says, "I'm sure that you have something to do with this, don't you?" And Joey nods with a big smile on his face. And the entity looks back at the two of you and says, "We need you to understand that Joey has a very exciting life ahead of him. And we will do whatever is necessary to make sure that he sees through his ambitions to their end."
Oh, no.
Joey is a very special boy. But he's going to be a boy for quite some time, and he needs some protectors. That is why he brought you here. Will you be Joey's protectors?
Oh.
Eldon stands up and grabs Samira by her arm and walks right over to Joey, hoping she's going to come with him, but he moves that direction and puts his hand on his shoulder and nods his head.
Is what Samira says. This is so far outside her wheelhouse. She's going to do whatever Eldon says.
Okay.
You know in the Bible where it talks about like weird tentacle eyes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know. This is just something new.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I think that's Tenticulus verse 4:18, something like that.
Armaments, chapter 5.
It's one of my favorite channels on Pornhub. All right, so the entity looks at the two of you, and as best as a non-corporeal figure, an androgynous kind of humanoid-looking figure can, it smiles at all three of you. And Joey looks up at both of you with a huge smile on his face, and both of you are filled with this incredible feeling coursing through every fiber of your existence. Like, this is it. This is the greatest thing I will ever see, that I will ever experience, that I will ever be a part of. And the entity looks at all three of you and says, "We are so glad to make your acquaintance. We will see you very soon." And then everything goes black again. Everything is gone. And all three of you wake up, and it is morning. Right where you were when Joey came down, all three of you are laying on the ground, each pointing three different directions with your feet together at a center point, and you're all three overcome with this glowing feeling, and you don't know what to say, you don't know what you experienced, but you just know that whatever happened is your calling, and it is your destiny, and you don't know where it will take you, but all that matters is you are following that destiny.
Praise to the man who comes with a beholder.
All right, listeners, I know we have been in for quite a long haul, back to the good old days of early Naked Mormonism with 5-hour episodes. I don't know why, but it just felt right to do this for episode 200. I want to thank everybody who made this a possibility. First, Christopher Smith for helping me do the research for the history segment, which allowed me to put time into the preparation for the D&D portion of the episode, Zion. I want to thank my co-hosts for that portion, Tanner Barker and Marie Kent. I had an absolute joy spending so much time with them. We recorded a lot more than actually made the cut in the show, but they're just really good friends, and they made it such an enjoyable experience. And I apologize if it sounded like I was railroading and completely monopolizing the story, but there's kind of a bit of groundwork for a very long trajectory that I wanted to place for this. So that's the pitch at the end of the episode here. That's what this is. We're currently living in uncertain times. If you're listening to this in the future, in the backlogs, we're currently at the very earliest stages of the coronavirus epidemic and the panic associated with it. And I realized that setting a financial goal in order to start this D&D campaign, which is something that I very deeply want to do at a personal passion level, putting a financial goal on this it's not the right timing for that. But I still want to achieve it, so I want to provide another pathway for this. And that is what I propose to you, dear listener. If you want to see this episode, the second half of this episode, become a regular reality, a Mormon history-themed D&D campaign, to learn the mysteries of the kingdom, to become familiar with the figures in early history, and have these events based on events that actually did happen in Mormon history, like somebody trying to assassinate Joseph Smith or kill him at the age of 12. We take that from his mother's biographical reminiscences of the prophet Joseph Smith and his progenitors. There's so much in the well of Mormon history to pull from to make a really fun and interesting and hopefully exciting D&D campaign. And that's why this episode was so narrative heavy with the D&D portion of it, was for the simple fact that I want to wrap up a system of mythology to expand the storytelling beyond just the history itself. And my co-hosts handled it expertly. I am blown away by their performance, and I want to thank them so much for doing such a great job and for hanging out with me for well over 3 hours to get it all nailed down exactly how I wanted to. So what is the path if you want to make this happen, if you want to listen to it? Well, you can sign up at, support the show, patreon.com/nakedmormonism. But if that's not a reality right now, for a lot of people, I understand it isn't. Here's the other way to do it. I know there are a few thousand of you listening to my voice right now, and maybe some of you want to hear a Mormon History D&D campaign, but you don't have the financial ability right now to do it. So at this time when all of us are spending a lot of time at home in social distancing and in isolation, I'm in Seattle and our city is currently in lockdown. People have a lot of time on their hands, and people are spending a lot of time on social media. People are spending a lot of time reading the news, for better or worse. People are spending a lot of time consuming media that they don't otherwise consume. So here is my plea to you, listeners, and beyond the asking for financial support, which is kind of what you have to do when you do this for a living, I try my best to ask very little of you guys, because you're here to be entertained. You're not here to do me favors, but I'm asking a favor of you. Share the show with 3 of your friends. And if you do, prove it to me, and you get access to these episodes. You don't have to give me money on Patreon. All you have to do is share the show with 3 friends. If we get 200 people to do that and to send me proof that they shared it with 3 people, whether that's a screenshot, whether that's tagging Naked Mormonism in a Facebook, a Twitter, or a Reddit post or something like that, prove it to us, and you will gain access to a very special folder that has just these Mormon History D&D episodes in it. If we get 200 people to do that, then we will take this project beyond the pilot that you just listened to. So that's my sincere plea. A few thousand of you listening to this broadcast right now, just 200 of you is all that I ask, to share the show with 3 friends. And everyone who does gets rewarded with the Mormon History D&D campaign that you just listened to. So, how do you prove it to me? You tag us in social media where you're recommending it to friends or to family members. Or, hey, send me an email with a screenshot or with an attachment, nakedmormonism@gmail.com. The fact of the matter is, there's a lot going on in the world right now, and people are trying their best to stay up to speed, but also to not let current events get them down. And I do my best to make this podcast evergreen so it can be a consistent degree and grade of content that is focusing on a consistent subject that is completely separate from current events. As much as possible. I try to make this an evergreen podcast. So if maybe you're getting down, maybe a friend or a family member is getting down, learning about everything that's going on with current events, and you think that they might be looking for something else to occupy their time, maybe they're a good candidate to be a new listener to the show, and we will welcome them with open arms. So, like I said, share the show. It really means a lot to me. It helps us grow, and it helps generate more interest in it. And that's my sincere plea, because really, more than anything, it's not as much about the download numbers as it is me wanting to do the D&D campaign, right? I really, really want to do it. So this is the demonstration of what you may be able to expect if we get just 200 people sharing the show with 3 friends. So that's the plea. Thank you so much for listening to this episode. Just thank you. And thank you for listening to 200 episodes of the podcast. Thank you. I have no other way to express my gratitude than just saying it's because of you that we got to this point, and here's to 200 more. Hope to talk to you next time here on the Naked Mormonism Podcast.
I never
This podcast is produced with the help of Julie Briscoe as social media manager and Brian Ziegenhagen as audio engineer. Music is written and produced by Jason Camo of aloststateofmind.bandcamp.com and used with permission. Legal counsel is provided by Andrew Torres of the Law Offices of P. Andrew Torres and the Opening Arguments podcast. Naked Mormonism is a production of Ground Gnomes LLC. Copyright 2020. All rights reserved.